of the University Library at Cal State Dominguez Hills and the Compton 125 Historical Society. My name is Greg Williams. I'm director of the archives, and I want to basically let you know that we're very glad to have you here today. And I want to go over a quick overview of the schedule at, there'll be introductory material from 9:30 to 10. Then Luis Fernandez, director of the Dominguez Adobe, will talk at 10. I will talk about the CSU Japanese American Digitization Project at 10:40. James Allen will talk about San Pedro labor organizing at 11:15. Dr. Allison Jefferson will talk about Bruce's Beach at 11:50, and Brett Falentine will talk about agricultural and equestrian legacy in the South Bay at 12:20. And I'd like to introduce the Dean of the Library at Dominguez Hills, Stephanie Brazeley, for a introduction or a welcome.
Good morning, and thank you, Greg. Welcome to the fourth annual South Bay History Symposium, hosted in conjunction with the CSU Dominguez Hills Library and the Compton 125 Historical Society. The South Bay History Symposium is a time where we can focus on and celebrate the history of the South Bay, which is comprised of 15 different cities, along with parts of the city and unincorporated areas of Los Angeles. This area is very diverse and full of local history and significance. I would like to thank today's symposium speakers, Dr. Allison Jefferson, author of Living the California Dream, African American Leisure Sites During the Jim Crow Era, Mr. Luis Fernandez, director of the Dominguez Adobe, Mr. James Allen, publisher, Random Lengths newspaper, and Brett Falentine, director of the documentary Fire on the Hill. I would also like to recognize and thank our symposium planners, Mr. Robert Johnson, Reverend Charles Brown, and Minister Pauline Brown, Mr. Gerard Collins, and our Gerth Archives Director, Mr. Greg Williams. They have worked tirelessly to bring this program to you today. Though we are impacted by the pandemic, the CSUDH Library and the Gerth Archives are open virtually in a variety of ways. Students are still able to check out books and use ebooks, and then the public at large can access the Gerth Archives digital collections from our homepage. We have over 66,000 digital items for researchers to use, some of which will be shown in the program today. So on behalf of the CSUDH Library, I want to thank you again for participating in this symposium today, and I look forward to an informative and fruitful welcome program. Thank you and welcome. Back to you, Greg.
Thank you, Stephanie. I just want to introduce Gerard Collins, who will, if you have any words of wisdom in regards to questions or operating the Zoom account, let us know.
Thanks, Greg. Let me just share this. Just a few ground rules that we want to talk about today as we're going forward, because I want to thank everyone for coming out this Saturday morning, but and I think while we all have grown used to these virtual events, we do have a very full schedule and want to ensure that all of the speakers are able to receive your full attention during their presentations. So to that end, all the attendees are in a listen-only mode to prevent any accidental interruptions. So there's no dogs barking or kids screaming or Amazon deliveries knocking on the door that might distract from our presenters. We're also going to ask that for the sake of bandwidth that you turn off your camera during the presentations. We have a pretty good turnout this morning. And if everyone is trying to stream their video at the same time, it puts a stress on Zoom. So if everyone who doesn't need to be on camera can turn theirs off, it'll make for a smoother experience for everyone. And there will be a few minutes after each presentation for questions and answers. What we're asking though is that everyone submit their questions via the chat box. Then you'll be given an opportunity to unmute yourself and turn on your camera to ask your question and get an answer. Or you can indicate that you would like a question to be read for you. That's always an option as well if you prefer someone to ask that on your behalf. Thank everyone for turning out. If you have any questions, you can also contact me through the chat. I will be monitoring it throughout the symposium. So hopefully if you have any issues or questions, I will be able to answer them, or I'll get you in touch with the person who can.
And now I'd thank you, Gerard. I'd like to introduce Reverend Charles Brown, the president of the Compton Historical Society, or the Compton 125 Historical Society, who has been partnering with us at Dominguez Hills for close to 5 years now, or may even beyond that. Reverend Brown, you're on mute. Nope. You're on mute.
Okay.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Charles Brown, Reverend Brown. I'd like to formally welcome you to our 4th annual South Bay Symposium with partnership with the wonderful institution of Cal State Dominguez Hill. Also, I like to special thanks here while I have this wonderful privilege to thank Dr. Stephanie Breesley, the wonderful dean of the library there on campus, and then to one of our founding board members, Brother Greg Williams, who is the director of the Gerth Archives and Special Collections Department on Cal State Dominguez, and also a good worker with our dean. And then also like to thank the rest of our board of directors of the Compton 125 Historical Society for your outstanding work. I just want to take a moment to introduce the founding board. Just a few of Mr. Greg Johnson, who helped in the court, Robert Johnson, Brother Robert Johnson, Lee Johnson, who's our historian and author, Brother Greg Williams, who I thanked earlier. He's one of our founding board members. Brother Tony Hicks, my vice president, founding board member. Sister Karani Johnson, one of our founding board members. I just want to thank them because it has been a wonderful journey for us to realize the importance of sharing the Compton history as well as the South Bay area and how it contributes to this wonderful history. So I cannot forget one of the backbones of this organization, Minister Pauline Brown, my special half, who is also one of the founding board members. And also like to just thank the wonderful speakers. Thank you for the time you have taken out of your schedule to share the importance of history to our viewing audience, to the members of the Compton 125 Historical Society, to our Facebook family. Just wanted to tell you we love you. God bless you. I just want to continue this wonderful partnership. And once again, thank you to the wonderful institution, Cal State University, Dominguez Hill. And my Gerth Archive. Can't forget you there, Greg. God bless you now.
All right, thank you, Reverend Brown. Now we're going to move it over to Robert Lee Johnson, historian, author of several books on Compton history and on African Americans in Southern California. Robert?
Good morning, Greg. How are you? Reverend Brown, Sister Brown, and everybody out there. Today we're planning a a really informative seminar, okay? A lot of times the South Bay has just been overlooked. So what we're doing is we're going from the basic. We're starting with the Dominguez adobe because most of the South Bay is on the original Spanish land grant. And we want to look at that and see how it was built out. By the 1920s, there were vast changes going on in the area. The infrastructure that we take for granted today was actually developed starting in the 1920s. When we look in the South Bay and we look at, for instance, we look at the refineries, the Chevron, now it's the Torrance refinery on Crenshaw, and the Arco refinery, and those were both built in the 1920s. They began to build the roads and the infrastructure on the Dominguez land about that time. Oil's discovered on the land. And as Greg has told us many times, 1910, you have the first international air meet at Dominguez Hills. That's the first international air meet in the United States. It put a spotlight on Southern California and the South Bay. From that 1910 experience, you find that the aerospace industry grows in Southern California. There would be no space shuttle without the development of the aeronautical industry in Southern California. If we look at the giants of aerospace, most of them attended the 1910 International Air Meet. So we go from there, we look at when they find oil at Signal Hill and at Dominguez, how does that affect the area? The labor movement, you know, a lot of people don't realize that Liberty Hill is right here in San Pedro. And what happened there? James Allen's going to be informing us about how the labor movement out of San Pedro affected the labor movement across the country. So as we go on, we'll also hear about the Black entrepreneurs in the 20s. You know, everything from Gordon Manor to Bruce's Beach, you know, all these things were taking place in the 1920s. So we hope that you're able to stay for the day's events. We have great presenters today, and we're looking forward to your questions, and hopefully we'll get some answers. Back to you, Greg.
Thank you, Robert. We're ahead of schedule. That's exciting.
More time for questions.
Yes,
That's right.
we will be answering questions at the end of each presentation, or you can do a chat question during the presentation, and then Gerard may call on you to ask the question, unmute you, or he may read the question itself. But I will. Are you, Luis? Are you ready early?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
Good morning, everyone.
I'd like to introduce Luis Fernandez. He is the executive director of the Dominguez Rancho Adobe Museum and an adjunct professor at Santa Ana College. He has had over 10 years of experience researching, producing studies, and understanding local, state, and national history. His undergraduate research is centered on understanding the history of land grants in California, culminating with his unpublished work, Revisiting the Past, Uncovering the Present, an introduction to Orange County ranchos. Most recently, as I said, he's a professor in the Department of History at Santa Ana College. In that role, he lectures on Mexican American and California history. Previously, he was an assistant curator and consultant for museum for exhibitions, A Class Action, The Grassroots Struggle for School Desegregation in California, a national winner of the 2013 Award of Merit by the American Association of State and Local History. Fernandez is co-author of Mexican American Baseball in Orange County and Doss versus Burnell, Ending Mexican Apartheid in Orange County. Due to his success in local historical research, he was named Best Local Historian of 2012 by the OC Weekly. His historical research has been featured in Univision, StoryCorps, La Plaza de Cultural Arts, the UCLA, the Chicano Research Center, and the OC Weekly. Fernandez earned a Master's of Art in History from CSU Fullerton, with a concentration on areas in nationalism, nation building, and national identity. He has a Bachelor's of Art in English Literature and has studied a number of other things at Cal State Fullerton. And Luis has been a good supporter and friend of the Gerth archives over the years, and we hopefully are good supporters and friends of the Dominguez Rancho Adobe, which is about a mile away from the campus or so. And we're fully aware of the name we share, the Dominguez family name. So Luis, if you're ready, go right ahead.
Thank you. Well, first of all, good morning. We're going to start with the kind of historical background of the area known as the South Bay. First of all, the South Bay was first inhabited by the Tongva population, later Hispanicized and known as the Gabrielinos. And so that is the cultural foundation that we sit on, right? We recognize that land as being of the Tongva population. By 1542, you have a Spanish colonization of this area that leads into extends all the way to 1821. Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, he becomes the first European in Alta California, and he's actually claims Alta California for Spain. You may know the last name Cabrillo for Cabrillo Beach in the south, the San Pedro area. So that's who is named after. You begin to see a lot of people want to wonder, how did we get the name California, right, as Californians? And this actually extends to this area of exploration. By 1510, there's a Spanish novel known as Las Sergas de la Esplandian by Garcia Ordóñez de Montalvo. And in that novel, there's Queen Calafia. And Queen Calafia is said to have ruled over the domain of a place where gold and pearls are abundant. And that's kind of how we perceive California even into the early 1900s. This idea where it's an Eden-like and wealth is abundance. And we'll move over to the Portola expedition, because this is really when we began to see the history of the Dominguez family develop. By 1769, the Portola expedition will take place. General Jose de Galvez authorizes the expedition to establish the missions in Alta California. It is led by Captain Gaspar de Portola. Father Junipero Serra is part of that, as well as Lieutenant Pedro Fages. There's a soldier, Juan Jose Dominguez, who I underlined there, because and also soldier Jose Manuel Perez Nieto. You also see Private Jose Antonio Yorba. Altogether, there was about 70 soldiers who would become part of that expedition. And they would all play a very pivotal role in terms of the South Bay or Southern California history. Once the expedition had ended by 1782, Lieutenant Pedro Fages becomes the governor of Alta California. In 1784, Juan Jose Dominguez, or soldier Juan Jose Dominguez, would petition for Governor Fages for land grant as a reward for his service in the expedition. And he would ask for 75,000 acres, and it would be called Rancho San Pedro in Los Angeles County. Just to give you an idea what 1 acre looks like, it's about the size of the football field. Obviously, this would encompass the whole South Bay. By 1784, about a month later, another soldier by the name of Jose Manuel Perez Nieto would petition Governor Fages for the land grant as a reward for his service, and he would get 146,454 acres. Initially, they would actually he would ask for 300,000 acres, but he would only get 146,000 acres. It was called as Rancho Los Nietos, and that would encompass some LA County, some Orange County, and some Inland Empire areas. You also have 1810, which is Private Jose Antonio Yorba, who petitions Governor Jose Joaquin de Arriaga for a land grant as a reward for his service in the expedition. He would ask for 62,000 acres, and it could be called Rancho Santiago de Santa Ana in Orange County. So you begin to see the development of ranchos at this time, prominent, extending back to the Portola expedition, these soldiers who would actually get these lands. The first Spanish land grant, at least in Southern California, would be, Rancho San Pedro, that would be awarded, as I mentioned earlier, to Juan Jose Dominguez, and we'd actually get 75,000 acres. Just to give you an example of the difference in size of what Rancho San Pedro would be, this is the whole South Bay, this is Rancho Los Nietos, right? Very extensive land grants that were given at this time. By 1821, Mexico gains its independence from Spain. Governors in Alta California, which is be selected, Mexico City would actually just send governors to Alta California, and it became a very centralized government. Later there was issues there as well. And so we began to see the emergence of Mexican California from 1821 to 1847. And that leads into the second generation and into the third generation of the Dominguez family. Cristobal Dominguez is a nephew of Juan Jose Dominguez. He would inherit the land, and then it would pass down to 5 of his children, one of them being Manuel Dominguez, who later on would buy the land off from his brothers and sisters. And Manuel Dominguez, which is the son of, Cristobal Dominguez, he had a very, very political, social life in this area. He was elected as a 3-term mayor of Pueblo de Los Angeles, or Los Angeles. He was also one of the 7 delegates from Los Angeles to California to help draft the California Constitution at the California Constitution Convention in 1849. And in 1826, the Dominguez Rancho Adobe is built on the land of Rancho San Pedro. A year later, he would actually marry his wife, Maria Engracia Cota, and a lot of firsts for Manuel Dominguez. He, later on in the 1850s, he's the first, he's the first registered cattle brand in California is his. It continues to be our logo today as part of the Dominguez Rancho Adobe Museum. It becomes the first land patent in California in 1850, or repatent. And one of the first signers, and Manuel Dominguez was also one of the first signers of the California Constitution. Maria Engracia Cota and Manuel Dominguez had 10 kids. 2 boys and 2 girls will pass away at a very young age, and will leave him with 6 daughters who will actually inherit the legacy of the Dominguez family. Those were Ana Josefa, Guadalupe, Dolores, Victoria, Susana, Maria de los Reyes. And if you know the South Bay, specifically the Carson, Long Beach area, these are very common names around our area because they're actually now streets to honor the legacy of the Dominguez family. Especially Calcio Dominguez Sales actually is on Victoria Street. You also have Susana Street nearby, you have Reyes Street. And so that is a very representative of our history. And then we get into the US-Mexican War. By 1844, a prelude to the war, presidential candidate James K. Polk would run on a platform of manifest destiny or expansionism. And then while Mexico will struggle to recover from the War of Independence of 1810, that became an independent country, it finds itself weak and vulnerable nation. And within Mexico, there is a lot of political division. And by 1846, President Polk is frustrated with not, able to expand, and he sends American troops to Texas, which is at that time a U.S. territory, and will provoke the Mexicans into war, and Polk then declares war in Mexico. There is actually a battle that happened here with a small battle with as part of the larger Mexican-American War that actually happens on the grounds of Rancho San Pedro, and it's known as the Battle of Dominguez Rancho. In October 8th and 9th of 1846, 300 Navy men were actually show up at the port of San Pedro, will march towards Alameda with the intent of taking over Pueblo or capturing Pueblo de Los Angeles. And they're met by 70 Californios or Spanish born in California. And they would actually have a battle that happens here on the grounds, near the grounds of the Rancho Adobe Museum. And the 70 Californians had one cannon, and they managed to outmaneuver and defeat the 300 Navy men that were coming in with the intent of taking Pueblo de Los Angeles. So every year, we actually commemorate that historic battle that happened here 174 years. This year, because of COVID, we did not have the event, the reenactment. I know some of you have it attended here, and you're more than welcome to come next year. We did a short documentary. It's on our website, dominguezrancho.org, that actually highlights that historic battle. And the U.S.-Mexican War ends on February 2nd of 1848. The war ends with the signing of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. And as part of that, Mexico cedes the Northern Territory to the U.S., and that is the areas of California today, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Wyoming, and Colorado. The U.S. gained sovereignty over Mexico's Northern Territory, but it did not own the land. And so the U.S. then had to govern the land, but most of the land was really privately owned by Spanish-Mexican land grant owners or rancheros such as Manuel. And so as part of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, the status of the Californios, or the Mexican Americans who actually resided here, and the new boundary lines, there was Article 8 that set provisions in terms of what they can do. The Mexicans in the Southwest could choose to leave their homes and relocate to the south of the newly established U.S.-Mexico border. About 4,000 people estimated chose that option. Mexicans who remain in their home, the second option, now in the U.S., could elect to maintain their Mexican citizenship. And the last one, if former Mexican citizens remain in their homes and did not formally elect to retain Mexican citizenship, they would be presumed U.S. citizens after 1 year. And so very soon after, in 1849, the California Constitutional Convention is met, consisting of 48 delegates, all white or Californios, and they meet in Monterey. Manuel Dominguez is one of those delegates that helps draft the Constitution in California. There is provisions that are set. Slavery was prohibited in California. Citizenship was granted to whites and Californios, and property rights of women was affirmed. That is something that is really part of customary law, or Spanish customary law, that was integrated here. And largely one of the things that Manuel Dominguez would advocate for, largely because he had 6 daughters. He had a vested interest that the land would pass over to his daughters. There was also the establishment of a public university system, and all laws were published in Spanish and English, and as well as the state seal would be approved as part of this constitutional convention. And so soon after, you have the California Land Act of 1851, and where the U.S. governor became the land manager with all 3 branches, including the legislative, the executive, the judicial. The legislative created laws to settle land claims that the customary law of Spanish law that granted these lands to these Spanish rancheros, such as Manuel Dominguez or Juan Jose Dominguez, then it would actually be affirmed under common law. And so the executive would implement the laws, and the judicial would hear the disputes. Litigation on these land grants or patents, or fighting for land grants patents under common law, on average lasted about 20 years. If you ever hired an attorney, imagine hiring one for 20 years. Attorneys' fees after 20 plus years amounted to that of the value of their land. And landowners who could not pay the legal fees often had their lands foreclosed by attorneys. Other burdens on landowners was U.S. property taxes, and then also gold rush squatters would actually squat on land in California. So what would happen to those rejected land claims under common law? They actually became public domain, and they were owned and operated by the federal government. And so millions of acres would transfer from landowners to the federal government. And then what the federal government would do would then distribute such land to individual Anglo farmers under the Donation Land Act, the Homestead Act, and the Desert Land Acts. And so by the 1870s, we have an economic and cultural growth. By 1890s, you have Jeffrey Chafee, who really develops the irrigation channels in California. And that leads to a shift in how we actually did agriculture. We did the agricultural sector predominantly moved from self-subsistence, which was kind of rancho's time, to more of a commercial farming. And so we get into the Dominguez family legacy in the 1920s to correlate with the symposium. The family home, which is now the Dominguez Rancho Adobe Museum, was transferred to the Claretian Fathers in 1924. And by 1927, a new seminary was built in the area. So many of you who are, who know the area, you might know this, the 17 grounds that we sit on right now as the Dominguez Rancho Adobe Museum. Some of you might know it as the seminary because there used to be a seminary at one time after 1927. And there is also Rancho San Pedro Nursery by Gregorio del Amo. Gregorio del Amo actually married one of the daughters of the Dominguez family. Was Susana Dominguez. And he would actually planted over 60 varieties of vegetations all over the, and he had his own nurseries. And he's largely credited with a lot of vegetation, planting a lot of vegetation on our 17 acres, and including parts in the South Bay. And you might know the name Del Amo after Del Amo Fashion Mall, Del Amo Street, and anything as such. By the 1920s to the 1928, you have the Dominguez heirs who would sell some parcels of land, altogether about 800 acres to the city of Los Angeles. And then those became unincorporated areas as well as city areas. And by 1927, Watson Land Company is reincorporated. Dolores Dominguez, one of the daughters of Manuel Dominguez and Maria Gracia Cota, would marry James Alexander Watson. And so by 1927, the heirs would actually reincorporate the Watson Land Company. You also see oil production on. By 1926, all of the holdings of the Gregorio and Susana Del Amo were combined through the incorporation of the Del Amo Estate Company. And the first producing oil well in Del Amo lands was northwest city of Torrance. So by 1922, California was estimated to be producing a quarter of the world's oil and built a lot of refineries. And the first drilling for oil took place in 1929 on Dominguez Hill. And you see on your right-hand side, one of the first gushers of oil. And part of also the legacy of the Dominguez family is the Dominguez Wilshire Company was incorporated in a 10-story office building in LA. And so that is something of the key things that happened in the 1920s with regards to the Dominguez family. And our history continues. We are now the Dominguez Rancho Adobe Museum. That is the same house that Manuel Dominguez built here in 1826. In about 6 more years, will be 200 years old. We're the second oldest adobe museum in LA County. in our mission as a nonprofit museum is, or the Friends of Rancho San Pedro, is to preserve and increase community awareness of early California history as it relates to the Dominguez family, the homestead adobe, and the Rancho San Pedro, the first Spanish land grant in California. And this is accomplished through educational programs and the operation of the Dominguez Rancho Adobe Museum. That's our adobe, and I hope if you've never been here, I hope you can join us once we're reopened to the public. We are doing a lot of online programming as well, so feel free to reach out to us. Any questions at this time?
Yeah, Luis, can you tell us a little bit about the connection between Gregorio del Amo and the City University of Spain, and what the effect of the University of Madrid, and what the effect of South Bay oil had in the Spanish Civil War? That's an obscure question, but nonetheless.
Yeah, that's that's something that I have to actually get back to you on that. That's a very, I know that it was a very, I mean, maybe you can guide me more on that. Will
I guess I was asking
Greg,
a question that I sort of know the answer to. Gregorio del Amo used his money in several good ways, and he also used money to build.
You're muted, Greg. You're muted.
Okay.
There you go.
Gregorio del Amo used donated money to build this building in the City University of Madrid, and that building was probably completed in the early 30s or something like that. Then it was completely demolished when the City University of Madrid became actually the they were connected. Both Franco and the Republicans in the Spanish War, Civil War, had headquarters on the campus. So you can imagine this campus is a little bit riddled with bullets even to this day. I was actually there a year ago. And the building that Gregorio del Amo built with oil money from the South Bay was blown up in 1936 or 7. And the building that replaced it is a dormitory now. But anybody else got questions?
Yeah, we have a couple of questions. We've got one from Elise Johnson. She wanted to know, regarding the land grants, what do we know about the impacts of the granting of these thousands of acres on the Tongva population? Is there any documentation of resistance or other reactions by the Tongva peoples?
That is something that it's something that we're looking to explore. I had a conversation with somebody as of 2 days ago that we want to explore the relationship within the Dominguez family and the Tongva population. And I really haven't found much record of that in terms of what exactly happened here. But if you go by really what happened to other places, it was part of the Spanish colonization, where indigenous populations were Hispanicized and Catholicized, right? I mean, that's usually what happens with the Spanish mission system and stuff like that. But that is something that I'm looking to actually research, that relationship within the Dominguez family and the Tongva population. So I haven't found any actually. Maybe I'll reach out to Greg in terms of concrete primary sources at that time. There is, that we can find. This area was really neglected into like 1820s in terms of people, Spanish coming in and inhabiting this area, because it was kind of dry, desolate, that, wasn't really much to do. As a matter of fact, the Dominguez family predominantly lived in San Diego and other places. And it's not until the 1820s that would actually come down here and settle. It was still part of Rancho San Pedro, but it wasn't really inhabited by them.
Luis, many years ago, I think it was in the late 1980s or 1990s, there was a news article about an excavation that took place on the Arco refinery in Carson, in which they found the skeletal remains of a group of Native Americans. And it appeared by the report at the time that there were bullet holes in some of the skulls. And at one point I attempted to follow up on that, but it appears as though those remains were given to the Native American community. And I'm not sure that any archaeologists have done the research that would explain why this group of Native American bodies, bones, were on that site. But it was clear, that's clearly within the geography of the Rancho Dominguez. And I'm sure there's some sordid history there that some of the heirs might not want to talk about.
Well, I mean, it's always, as a historian, it's always, willing to explore the history of it, right?
Yeah.
And, initially starting with this lecture, I started and acknowledged that this was talking about land.
Right.
But I mean, it comes back to the initial question that was asked on the chat is like, we're looking to explore and see what that relationship was, right? And definitely acknowledging anything that we would have known by that time would have happened.
Gerard, is there another question?
Yeah, we have another question that has been submitted by Marwin Berto. I don't know, Marwin, do you want to ask that question yourself?
Yeah, certainly, I'd be happy to. A great presentation, Mr. Fernandez. I'm just reading from the chat here. We're new to South Bay, California, CSUDH, so we found this very, very interesting and informative. Near the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned there were approximately 70 soldiers who were part of the initial expedition, and 2 soldiers and a private requested and were granted land in return for their service. So I'm wondering if there were other soldiers who had the same option of requesting land, and what compelled these 3 in particular to request the land. Did they perform exceptional service that warranted this reward for their service?
As my understanding is that part of the expedition, the Portola expedition, some of these soldiers who signed up for the expedition were actually promised land as a reward for their service, as well as a move up in military rank. As I showed, Lieutenant Fajes later becomes Governor Fajes, and so these guys became very influential in terms of what would happen later on in terms of under Spanish rule. So they were incentivized in a way with land and prospects of getting land and also a military rank or a higher post within the government or within the military. I highlighted those 3. There was other soldiers that also got land. I chose to highlight those because they actually puts us in the very unique area of highlighting the South Bay area, the Orange County area, and all in that geographical area that we know as Southern California. And then there was also land grants that were giving under the Spanish rule. Once the missions were secularized, those long grants were actually granted to other soldiers or other Spanish settlers.
Here, I have a quick question, Luis. Could you tell us a little more about the 1850 Land Commission and how that affected the land grants and basically set up the huge transfer of wealth, between 1850 and 1890? Could you kind of elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you. Robert. So the reason you go to war is because we wanted land, right? It's expansionism. But there was actually a bump in the road on that these large tracts of land were owned by individual people. They were not up for grabs per se. And so the California Land Act of 1851, it was made of 3 judges, and it was actually a hearing where now the land grants were giving under customary law, that's Spanish customary law, and now they have to transfer those under common law, and which we have today. And so it was a conflict of cultures, right? Where you have to hire lawyers to actually understand the common law, those predominantly Anglo-American lawyers, and they would actually be hired by these Spanish and Mexican landholders to kind of defend their right to their title. The Dominguez family gets their re-granted patent title in 1850. And it's really one of the few that actually was able to succeed. Because again, like I mentioned, you have about an average 20-year, litigation and going up to San Francisco, where the Land Commission of 1851 was held. There was traveling fees and other stuff. So it was an uphill battle to actually prove your land title under common law versus customary law.
Luis, is it true that they measured the rancho or parts of the rancho by basically by pointing out where trees were? Or
yeah, as a matter of fact, there's a couple of different ways that in looking at how these were measured. There was also by just kind of seeing, on horse, on a horse, how far can you get in 3 days? And that would be measuring the size of land. We have Compton, there's a tree, we know it as the Eagle Tree, for those of you who are in Compton, right? And that's a historic landmark of the original Rancho San Pedro that was actually quoted in the 1850 patent for the Dominguez family to say that was one of the original markers. So you definitely see a lot of sycamore trees as markers of boundaries. As one of them, there's also trees and creeks, oceans, and stuff like that as markers or boundaries of ranchos.
Luis, how did when we look at the Dominguez land grant now, we see basically all these different cities that popped up, especially we're looking 1920s and even earlier. How did the Dominguez family lose control of the land? Or did they?
I think a lot of it, well, I don't necessarily would say they lose control. I think a lot of them was just sold off, right? As a matter of fact, if you look at Casa Dominguez Hills in the 1970s, that belonged to the Delamo family. And they actually believe, my understanding is that they sold it so that it can become Casa Dominguez Hills. So a lot of it was sold off, especially some of it was sold off to Shell and Union Oil for production of oil and whatnot. So most of it would have been sold off.
Okay, I have a question, Luis. How are you doing? That's not the question.
Good, Ricardo. How you doing?
Great. We talked about a couple of years ago on there was pre-U.S. Mexican War where Manuel Dominguez was very prominent, took place in the state convention, although they tried to deny him because of what they considered non-European lineage. But he survived and he fought for his daughters. But what has been your recollection or research on his post-U.S. Mexican involvement in politics, especially in Southern California? Did he ever go on to serve in the councils of Los Angeles, which included Orange County? Or was he pretty much focused on his rancho entirely?
No, he held office after 1850. He was, one of the board of supervisors in the late 1800s, 1860s or so. And there was actually, I found an article where he is what is now the Dominguez Rancho Adobe Museum was actually a voting place where at the same time he's running for county supervisor. And so that's also pretty interesting. One of the things that I want to go back to is that El Clamor Público, which is the earliest Spanish version newspaper that was published at that time, it is the first publications he's advocating as we're transferring from Mexican to American government, form of government. El Clamor Público and the editors are pushing that for Mexican Americans to become relevant under American rule is that they have to be politically involved, right? And I've actually, at that time, this is a Los Angeles newspaper. You can assume that Manuel Dominguez would have actually written, they have read that such newspapers and would taken a key, because he did take a very prominent role in politics after 1850.
Very good, thank you.
Was
So,
Manuel Dominguez, did he also participate in the Constitutional Convention in 1879?
No, it was only the 1849. 1879 he would have been a little bit older.
Okay, I was curious about that.
can you speak to, in general, maybe specifically in the 20s, but not if not before, around the Dominguez daughters and their lives in social lives and religious lives in the LA area?
Very influential in this area, right? I mean, you have the Dominguez daughters who are heavily religious and heavily Catholic. They would actually donate to a lot of religious organizations. They helped fund the building of St. Viviana, which is the first, Catholic church, I guess, in Los Angeles. They were, the Dominguez family would go to the La Placita Olvera Church every Sunday. And so you begin to see their influence outside of the scope of the South Bay into LA, right? I mean, they were very influential in terms of that. More of the social influence that they had in the religious influence in terms of helping fund some of these religious organizations as well.
Thank you.
I'm just full of questions, Luis. One day I'm gonna have to just sit down with you with a cup of coffee. Could you describe the Battle of Dominguez Hills? Just kind of give us an idea of what was going on and what the outcome was.
Well, it was a 2-day skirmish, and I do invite you. We just finished doing a short 8-minute documentary that highlights this event. If you go on our website, dominguezrancho.org, it would be there. There is it's part of the larger scope of the Mexican-American War. The Fremont expedition is trying to send a group of 300 Navy men to take over Pueblo de Los Angeles, or Los Angeles today, and they actually show up at the USS Savannah in San Pedro, and they're marching through Alameda. At that time, Jose Antonio Carrillo would actually get notice that that 300 Navy men are coming, and it's also Marines. And he manages to get a group of Californios, about 70 of them, to actually a form of a militia, right? They were not very trained in terms of military tactics, but they had one cannon that was left hidden, and they were managed while the 300 Navy men did not have a cannon or didn't have any of that form of artillery. The 70 Californians did, and they tried to use that cannon to outmaneuver and make the 300 Navy men believe that there was more of the Californios than the Navy men. And so they ran the cannon with horses. They dragged it with horses all through the Dominguez Hills, and lifting up dust, making them believe there was more of the Californios than the Navy men. Ultimately, it was a 2-day skirmish on October 8th and 9th of 1846, where the Navy men were able to retreated. There was 4 casualties from them.
Yeah, my understanding is that this is the only battle on land that would become part of the United States that the United States Marines ever lost a battle to.
Luis,
I believe there was another, yes.
a few years ago, I ran across a narrative about the beginning of the Mexican-American War, which indicated that President Polk at the time had dispatched the U.S. Navy off the coast of California prior to hostilities taking place. And because of bad communication, the U.S. Navy got a false start and sailed into Monterey Bay. The Marines marched off the boat. There was no resistance. And they took down the Mexican flag and raised the American flag. And only later did they realize that the war hadn't been declared yet. And so they had to take down the American flag, march back to the ships, and get in their boats and sail off, only to return months later when the war actually started. Have you read that?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, there was a diplomatic oopsie where they had to apologize to a government of Alta California. But by that time, you also have a very, the writing on the wall, what the intention of Polk and the U.S. was. And part of that is that Alta California was also very divided, right? There was not as unified. They were not very comfortable of having a centralized government. Mexico City sending governors down here and telling them how to do, how to run the government. But yeah, that was kind of the writing on the wall that would to become, the war.
Yeah,
it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, in fact, Governor, the governor at the time was Valencia, was it?
Andres Pio Pico was the last Mexican governor. Now, I don't know what year he took over, but he had to flee to Baja California because they felt there would be some sacrifices if he were captured, that the U.S. would want to have him ensure a quick victory, or else they would do some punishment to him. And we know that his brother, Pio Pico, headed the U.S. battle against the U.S. at Kearny Mesa, formerly known as Otay Mesa, in which the Mexican forces, Californios, almost defeated the U.S. forces, the Marines that were held up in this mesa. And because the Pico-led forces decided to take a pause, a day or two, it allowed Kit Carson and two other U.S. Soldiers to walk through the middle of the night, barefoot, to get reinforcements and to push the Californios up to northern LA County, where we have the battle of right there, Rio San Gabriel, which was the last battle in California, which we know that the Marine-led forces that had been reinforced forced the surrender of the California Army. So that was another victory that could have been had, but the Mexican forces, Californios, held back.
Why don't we take the last couple of questions and then we'll move on, giving Luis a break.
Not a problem.
Yeah, so Karani Johnson, I don't know if you want to ask your question.
Okay. So I remember as a little girl watching the Westerns. You have to mute yours. You have to mute it. So I remember as a little girl watching the Westerns, and a lot of times the Mexicans, the Hispanics, women did not want to marry the Anglos. They wanted to marry Pedro. They were in love, and it always stuck with me, because I just thought it was horrible. And so I read somewhere where even with the Dominguez daughters, particularly Maria, when she first met Watson. Well, okay, maybe Dolores. I don't remember the name. One of the daughters. She was a teenager, and she hid under the bed because she was so afraid. So were these marriages more arranged more than love, to keep the land and the family, and also to protect the land from falling completely into the hands of the Anglo?
As specifically for the Dominguez family, that specific incident that you're talking about when she was hitting on the bed, my understanding is because James Alexander Watson had a reputation of being a gunslinger, right? Or he was just kind of this, so that's kind of how it's alluded into the book. Whether I know that a lot of families over the scope of this in terms of California, some of them were arranged marriages. I'm not sure specifically if that was the case of the Dominguez family.
Luis, is it true that Gregorio Delamo was essentially on a tour to find a wife, where he went to South America first and then he came up to LA and found a good match?
I think that's something that is alluded to. I think he himself came with certain wealth as well, right, and certain reputation that was equally to Susana Dominguez and the Dominguez family. So I think it would have been a great match.
Okay, Gerard, there was one more.
Yeah, we have one more question from Judith Gerber, and let me give you the opportunity to ask that question yourself. Okay, go ahead if you want to unmute yourself.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so this has been fascinating. I'm working on a book about LA women, and some of the earliest LA women were these women who had this land. And I argue that LA would not be LA without their land. So I'm curious, do you have any diaries or papers or any primary research from these young women? Probably not, but I thought I'd ask.
No, unfortunately not, at least not that I know of, right? And Greg Willems would be also somebody to talk about that. But there was a book that I read recently that was written on the delegates of the 1849, and it talks about the Dominguez family, and very towards the end of that section that talks about the Dominguez family, the author mentions that somewhere down in the adobe there is a diary of Manuel Dominguez and the family. And I was like, I wish that was the case. And I was laughing, I was reading it, and I'm wishing that was the case. But I have not found any diaries, whether if it's Manuel Dominguez or any records, and I have not heard anything from the family or the descendants, or either one of the daughters that would have a diary. Were they diaries at that time? Of course, right? We would have, people writing diaries, but I don't know of any that exist. It would be very interesting to actually, find those.
Yeah, just to chime in a little bit, I think that when the family started forming the land companies around in the 20s, I think O'Melveny and Myers was their lawyer, and that they handled a lot of their business. So if Ms. Gerber is looking for some information, she might want to, see if she can look at those types of records.
Those records are probably at the Huntington, I believe. Dominguez Hills, the Gerth Archives Dominguez collection is quite extensive, but it's mostly business records of the early 20th century with photocopies of older materials that previous instructors at Dominguez Hills got from either the Huntington or the Library of Congress or the National Archives. It'd be a good search, but yeah.
May I add, there's a 2-volume edition on the formation of the O'Melveny that also brought in Myers later, where they go into a lot of the earlier years as a young fledgling attorney representing the Dominguez family, the discerning of the property, the application for the land grant, and the involvement with the daughters. So those volumes can be had. You just have to look online, eBay or bookstores, but they, limited publication, but they are a wealth of information.
All right, thank you, Ricardo.
You're welcome.
I want to thank Luis for his talk and making it longer than we expected, but that's okay. And we had a good conversation. And however you want to thank Luis or something, thank you. And apparently I'm turning it over to Robert now. What are you going to do?
I'm going to
Thank you, guys.
I'm going to introduce this guy named Gregory Williams. Hey, I just want to say, Luis, I mean, fantastic. We could talk about the Dominguez Adobe all day. There's so much information there. And if we get a chance, of course, we would love to see, a list of events or anything that's coming out of the Adobe so that we could take a look at that, because that's the basis for the South Bay. And of course, I have at least 10 more questions, but we'll have to talk about that later. Moving on, and we're almost right back to schedule now. Want to thank Luis, but let's take a look with our next presenter. Greg Williams has been Director of Archives and Special Collections at California State University, Dominguez Hills since 2004. He's been an archivist for 38 years. Previously, he was curator of photographs at the San Diego Historical Society. Before that, he worked at the New Jersey Historical Society, Rutgers University, the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation, very impressive, the Oregon State Archives, and the South Carolina Historical Society. He has degrees from the University of Oregon and Michigan State University. He has written funded grants from NHPRC, NEH, LSTA, and the National Park Service, the Mellon Foundation, the National Film Preservation Foundation. He's curated several exhibitions and published several collection guides, collection-related articles, and served as photo editor for 3 coffee table books. He is the author of California State University, Dominguez Hills, a photo history, and co-author of the chapter, The Importance of Collecting, Assessing and Contextualizing Japanese American Historical Materials, a California State University collaborative, to be published in 2019 in Archives and Special Collections as Sites for Constantation, published by Library Juice Press. He has curated several exhibitions at California State University at Dominguez Hills, focusing on the Watts Rebellion, the Chicano movement, 1910 Los Angeles Air Meet at Dominguez Field, Japanese Americans during World War II, Southern California elections, and disasters in Los Angeles County. We're looking forward to Greg's presentation. I give you guys Gregory Williams.
Thank you, Robert. Hello, I'm Greg Williams. I'm Director of the Archives, as you've probably heard before today. I'm going to talk today about a major initiative that the Archives has been involved in at Dominguez Hills for about 7 or 8 years now. We have been digitizing material relating to Japanese American incarceration or internment during World War II, but also material relating to Japanese Americans in the South Bay, before World War II and actually after World War II, mostly in LA. The project that we have done, and you can find it at csujad.com, has been well funded by about 7 or 8 different granting agencies. And we have managed to digitize close to 45,000 items in the last 7 years. What this brings to us is a good deal of information, a wealth of information. And I want to basically, in this talk, explore the ideas associated with the work necessary to build and shape the development of a collaborative archival project around a topic loaded with racism, political strife, and controversy. The infringement of the rights of Japanese Americans began as early as the dawn of the 20th century. Laws that prohibited Japanese Americans from owning property came about in response to older anti-Chinese laws. The bombing of Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, led the nation into World War II, and it led to 120,000 Americans, Japanese Americans, many of whom were living on the land where Dominguez Hills was located, in Compton, in Carson, in Palos Verdes, were incarcerated in purposely isolated and often environmentally extreme camps. The panic that war brought easily morphed into the fear of an immigrant group associated with the war. Japanese Americans were swept up from the West Coast in a manner both efficient and illogical, as well as and it has become one of the great infringements of civil liberties in the United States. The archival and historical reaction to incarceration is also a multi-generational event. And basically, it started in the 40s with very little talk about incarceration. Folks wanted to either forget it or not know about it. By the 60s, it became more obvious that it was time to talk about it a little more. In the 70s and 80s, there was a redress movement, which resulted in Japanese Americans getting a small sum from the government for disrupting their lives. With all these movements, as well as the demands that history not be repeated after 9/11, and currently, hopefully not so much longer, on the border, the influence of and the reaction to incarceration by no means ended in 1945. As a result, what is going on here? As a result, the need to preserve and make accessible materials on incarceration is a multi-generational responsibility. In 2014, we started connecting with other CSU archives throughout the state to see if they had Japanese American materials. After 2016 or so, we started branching out to other non-CSU partners. And right now we have 25 partners. The grant started basically because all these records relating to incarceration during World War II were not digitized and in disparate archival locations. The CSU was once known as the 1,000-mile campus because it consists of 23 campuses going up all the way to Northern California and all the way down to San Diego. The CSU, the reason we have sort of a responsibility and an interest in CSU system-wide materials is because we are also the home of the CSU system-wide archives, which takes material from the Chancellor's office and of system-wide importance. The CSU archives started, CSU DH archives started dealing with issues relating to Dominguez lands and relating to Japanese American incarceration, mostly relating to the work of Emeritus Professor Don Hada and Emeritus History Professor Judd Grenier. So basically, this is a growing collaboration. It is not serendipity that these CSU archives have a great deal of material focused on the issue. Immigrant patterns that determined where Japanese Americans settled also related to where CSU campuses are located. Sacramento, San Jose, Fresno all had early Japanese American agricultural populations. The Nikkei populations of Little Tokyo, Terminal Island, Gardena, and Palos Verdes in Los Angeles County are directly connected to the materials that CSU, DH, Fullerton, and Northridge have collected. Collections at Sacramento have mostly come from citizens of the Florin neighborhood and others throughout Northern California. CSU Fullerton's Japanese American oral histories were generated by residents of Orange County and other areas of Southern California. San Jose's Flattery collection consists of materials from Colonel Hugh T. Fullerton of the Western Defense Command, and they collected material relating to Tule Lake and other camps. And the materials from CSU Fresno and elsewhere document Japanese Americans in agricultural areas of the San Joaquin Valley. Highlights from other collections include Sonoma's focus on life north of the San Francisco Bay and their partnership with local Japanese American Citizens League. Long Beach's oral histories deal with life on Terminal Island. Our later partners, the Historical Society of Long Beach, has donated or lent us material relating to folks being loaded onto buses and driven off to Manzanar or other camps. So basically you can see all the camps, the campuses that did. One of our most important collections that we sort of stumbled on was at the Eastern California Museum, which is the closest museum to Manzanar. And before the National Park Service opened up a park at the Manzanar, folks would donate material to the Eastern California Museum in Independence, California. And that was, we were able to get access to that and had them digitize the stuff for us. And that is really quite a good find. Here is a sample research search on CSU JAD. Basically, you can search for anything under the sun with this, but I'm going to focus on the family of one of our donors. And you can see in here, there's Atushi Ishida. His name is Art Ishida also. He is he's currently a 99-year-old resident of Gardena, and he was able to donate over 1,000 items for digitization to this project. And his life is the life of this century, and it starts in Japan, basically. Art Ishida was born in the South Bay in 1921. His father came to this country to meet up with Art's uncle, essentially because of this quote unquote gentleman's agreement of 1907 between the US and Japan. Japanese immigration and emigration were restricted, but Art's father managed to board a ship leaving Japan for South America. At Ensenada, he jumped off the ship and swam to the shore and walked to the border, and then was reunited with his brother in Fresno. That's quite a trip. Can't really do that trip anymore. Later, Art's father became a naturalized US citizen, bought his wife Saku from Japan, and they raised their 4 children in Fresno and elsewhere. When Art's uncle Umio decided to retire and return to Japan, Umio took Atushi Art and his brother to Japan for their education. And here is Art somewhere in this photograph in Japan, in Hiroshima, in a school thing. In 1937, Art and his brother returned to the United States. They were citizens. They jumped on a steamship and came back and continued both their education. And here in a school in Artesia is the fairly multicultural class of 1937 at Artesia, at a school in Artesia. In this area, Art began helping out on a farm, and in Norwalk, in Artesia, and elsewhere. This is the farm, and here he is with his friends in Artesia in 1940, and let's see. Here is a photograph of 3 men pounding rice to make mochi for the New Year's gathering in 1940. This is an established community. They continue their traditions from Japan, but they are also working to make a living in the United States. This is a photograph that indicates that the signage, instructions to all persons of Japanese ancestry need to report, and indeed they did report. This is one of the more heartbreaking photographs I think we have in our collection. It is a yard sale on Easter of 1942. These women are trying to sell their worldly goods to just get rid of them, because the Japanese Americans were told they can bring a suitcase on a bus or a train to the camps. And these are photographs that we recently got from the Historical Society of Long Beach that I mentioned, where residents of Terminal Island in San Pedro are being sent off either on a bus or in trucks or in trains to various camps. Here's another collection that we've recently received from San Pedro. This is a collection of photographs of San Pedro, or Terminal Island in San Pedro, emptied out in April of 1942. The Navy was taking photographs of these areas to determine how to tear down this community after they deported all of the residents of the fishing village in Terminal Island, and they were preparing to do Navy installations in this area. One of the weirder stories relating to this particular collection of photographs is that a gentleman ran into our consultant, Maureen Burns, hi Maureen, and in a Trader Joe's, and saw that she was wearing a t-shirt of the Long Beach Historical Society or something, and basically talked about this collection he had saved from dumpsters at some Navy base nearby. And so he saved about 60 to 100 photographs, and eventually he gave them to our archive to document what a thriving community Terminal Island was. Back to Art Atsushi Ishida. These are his tags and time cards from work at Santa Anita. He basically was shipped to Santa Anita, the racetrack, given a quarters, which was basically a horse stall with manure still on the walls, and told to live there for another 3 or 4 or 5 months while camps were prepared in throughout the West, as I talked about. He was what was he? He was working as a busboy in the Terminal Island cafeteria, and each employee or each was given a tag for their luggage or for themselves to get situated in the new situation. In a few months, after a few months at the racetrack, Art and his brother were sent off to Jerome, Arkansas, basically relatively close to the Mississippi River. Why the United States decided they needed to have camps in Arkansas probably had something to do with contractors getting money. Art had a pretty decent social life in Jerome, despite the fact that he was employed. He was with one of his best friends, George Nohara, who was also from Gardena, and George's wife, Mitzi, who is also from Gardena. Mitzi was in Poston camp, and George and Art were in the Jerome camp. As time went on in the Jerome camp, Art had several jobs, and this was as a lumberjack, and so they were working their way, and Art was able to get a camera into the Jerome camp by ordering it from a Sears Roebuck catalog. That was basically one way they managed to get stuff in. If he had been sent to Manzanar, he would not have been allowed that camera. They were more strict about that type of thing. And so they kept moving on. In mid-1943, all the camp adults were given a questionnaire. And the questionnaire had some basic questions, and then questions 27 and 28, which required yes or no. It is later referred to as the loyalty questionnaire. The loyalty questionnaire had a question about whether you would fight for the United States in the Army, and whether you would renounce your citizenship to the Emperor of Japan. For the first generation Americans, Japanese Americans, renouncing your citizenship to the Emperor was not that important. The question of whether you would go fight for your country, for the United States, was slightly more complicated, because you're imprisoning my mother in a camp. Why am I going to go fight for the country? Let me out. Let my mother out of the camp. Then I'll go fight for your country. The first immigrants, the Issei generation, also did not want to give up their citizenship in Japan because the United States would not let them be citizens. So that was a situation in which Art said no to one of the questions. So he was immediately determined to be a suspicious character. And so him and several others, let's see there, were sent to Tule Lake. And this is the temporary pass for Art to be in the presence of Tule Lake. Tule Lake is a most notorious segregation camp during the internment era. Tule Lake is right on the border of California and Oregon. We have been able to gather quite a bit of material from that. Art was in Tule Lake for several months, but he made a deal with the superintendents or the at Tule Lake or others, and it allowed him to get out of Tule Lake and go to the camp in Idaho for a few weeks. Then he went and visited friends in Colorado. Then he settled in Chicago with a good deal of other immigrants. They moved them around, and here is military rule at Tule Lake. Often because the Japanese Americans who were at Tule Lake were considered the worst of the worst, which is not what they were. They were just upset that they were imprisoned for no good reason. Sometimes there were disturbances and they called in the National Guard. In Tule Lake, there was also a brig, which was essentially a prison inside a prison. If you ever visit the site, it's still there. And here's stuff that information regarding Tule Lake that met Art when he came there. In this photograph, Art with the with one of our archivists, Stella, a former archivist, is looking at his photographs and helping us identify him. In the photograph on the left side is Mitzi Nohara and her daughter Eileen Yoshimura, and they came to the archive and they were identifying all sorts of stuff, and we are very grateful to have had them there. Art's story continues, and after he sort of got into Chicago, he was drafted to work and he worked for the MIS, the intelligence service, which helped with translations. He was sent to Hiroshima, and then he came home, started a life in the South Bay, and then was drafted again, or not drafted, but called up during the Korean War. So he was also working in Japan and doing translation work there too, in Tokyo for the most part. After he was discharged, he moved back to Gardena, and he opened up a landscaping company, and he been retired from that work a few years ago. Our finding aids, which was done by Yoko Okanishi, our great cataloger, states that he was playing golf until he could no longer play golf because of COVID. So he's living happily and healthy, I hope, in Gardena at the age of 99. Is that our last slide? What is it? Anyways, Gerard is that the last slide? No, it shouldn't be. There we are. I want to leave some time for questions, but these are letters that we've got in the collection talking about US citizens being deported back to Japan, or having the fear of them being deported back to Japan. And I'm not getting anywhere. There it is. Here's another deportation story in which a gentleman had been living in Compton before the war. He was deported to Japan and worked in the Army station's automotive thing. And here's another example of what's in our collection. These two people here are George Takei's parents, and there is the actor George Takei at a wedding in 1959. We have a large amount of photos from a photo studio in Little Tokyo named the Ninomiya Photo Studio, and which is a very decent research collection and a good opportunity for genealogy. So the project that we have accomplished at Dominguez Hills is 45,000 records in CSU JAD from 90 collections. We have a website which has users guides, lesson plans, and elsewhere. We are also updating that website, and we have lesson plans on the NEH, National Endowment for the Humanities website. And we've had exhibits and workshops, and it's been a really fun situation, and a very nice to see that we've been able to accomplish so much. And actually, what I like as an archivist is getting out there and meeting people and gaining new collections. And so we're still out there looking for stuff. We are working on our 6th and 7th grants, and maybe even our 5th one still. Our latest grant is relating to the connection between Japanese American internment and the Red Scare in the United States in the 50s. It's not that there's that much there is a connection. We're going to try to learn from it. We have a collection of Red Scare material, and we're going to connect that with that. Where did I go? All right. So I am ready for any questions that you may have.
Gregory.
Yes.
So just a point of clarification. The Terminal Island community basically is located in what is still considered East San Pedro.
Okay.
Everything east of the main channel up to the Long Beach city line. And there's a long history behind the battle over which city was going to control all of Terminal Island. But back in the day when the Japanese were on Terminal Island, they would all come to one high school, San Pedro High School, and they would have to cross the main channel on the ferry boat in the morning, and they would all go back in the evening. And San Pedro was fairly segregated in its where people lived. You know, the Black community lived in the north end of town, near where the shipyard was. The Japanese community lived on Terminal Island. The Italians and the Slavs lived in lower San Pedro, etc. But it was curious that the high school itself was integrated.
Okay. In East San Pedro, was that a separate town, or was it governed by San Pedro?
No, it was back before they dredged the main channel. There were people of all sorts living on Terminal Island, and you could literally at low tide walk from where Port Sakal Village used to be across the channel, and with just getting your ankles wet. So it was literally part of the town of San Pedro. But even today, the streets on the west side of the channel are called West 1st through 13th Street, for instance. And some streets on Terminal Island are called East.
All right. Any additional questions?
I have one. You know, I'm gonna have a question, Greg.
I know.
You know, a lot of times when you're doing research and you're going over things like photographs and everything, you know, we kind of walk in with some preconceived notions, and we come out the other end with a different point of view. How did this work affect your view on that portion of World War II?
That's a good question, which means I don't have an answer. How did, it's difficult to see that a person like President Roosevelt made a mistake, a very big mistake. And as much as he did enormous good, and he actually even fed my family essentially during the Depression. The fact that he issued Executive Order 9066 is a stain on his legacy, and I'm sad about that. But the main thing that I take away from this collection and gathering is the amazing resilience of folks who were oppressed or whose civil liberties were taken away, and that's basically what I take away from that. Now,
I have one other quick question.
Sure.
Because we were talking about Terminal Island. Wasn't there another fishing village or something like on White Point or Long Point?
James?
I was just curious.
Actually, no, it's White Point, and the Japanese had a abalone farm and a hot springs, so it was a resort, and I'm not sure, whether or not that property was leased to them by Ramon Sepulveda, originally, but they had a huge abalone operation going out there, and there was a natural hot springs, and you can still see the outline of the swimming pool or whatever it was, the baths there at White Point, which that hot springs after the 1933 earthquake, I think the outfall of that shifted to being offshore. But the Japanese there were also, of course, interned, along with the Japanese farmers along Palos Verdes, the coast of Palos Verdes. Curiously enough, though, the one family, I forget their name, that used to farm the Palos Verdes Peninsula, they actually got their land back after the war, which was uncommon.
Mm-hmm. James, I'm going to introduce you now as our next speaker. And I want to thank everybody who's joined us since we started. This is we had no idea how the turnout was going to be for this event, and it's very nice to see that we have a nice turnout. Our next speaker is James Preston Allen. He is the founding publisher of the Los Angeles Harbor area's leading independent newspaper, Random Links. He was born in Los Angeles. He is also the owner of Graphic Touch Designs, a design and printing studio, and an accomplished graphic designer. He has exhibited his fine art in California and Japan, and has released 3 audio recordings of his original ballads composed for acoustic guitar, and has written over 100 songs. The last time James talked at our symposium a couple years ago, he sang a song for us. He also has 2 books published and penned well over 500 editorials and articles that have appeared in both Random Links and other publications. For over 4 decades, he has been a guiding progressive political force in the greater Los Angeles Harbor community, focusing on his keen editorial eye and a multitude of issues, both local and international. Over the years, Allen has championed many causes through his newspaper, using his wit, common sense, writing, community organizing to challenge some of the most entrenched political adversaries and powerful government agencies and corporations. Of these editorial battles, the most significant perhaps is with the Port of Los Angeles over environmental issues. Mr. Allen has resided in San Pedro since 1973, and he's going to talk about the labor movement, which is a very, very exciting part of history in San Pedro. James, go for it.
Thank you, Gregory. And hello, everyone. Let me see if I can share my screen here with you guys. Let's see, where am I? Let me just give me a moment here. Here we are. Now, how do I do this here?
If you're in Zoom, you should be able to click on the share screen button at the bottom.
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to get my presentation to share though. Okay, let's see how that works. There we are. Success. So, welcome. Again, my name is James Preston Allen, publisher of Random Lengths News. The name Random Lengths has historical.
Sorry, you're not sharing.
I'm not sharing?
No.
Oh. Let me go back. Where am I here? Sorry about this. I'm having a hard time getting back to the meeting. Oh dear.
Gerard, can he send the presentation to?
Yeah, if you want to send it to me or send me the link, I can control it on my side.
Oh, let me see here.
Well, this is Tony Hicks, the Vice President of Compton Historical Society. While James is doing that with Greg, I had a question for you, Greg. I mean, while he's doing that for Gerard. Gerard is working with James trying to get his screen to share. I had a question regarding the Japanese work, the work you're doing for the digitization project for you, Greg. The question I had is because I was born in San Pedro at Fort MacArthur in '52 with my twin sister. She and I had, my dad was in the Army. At the time we were born, we were living in South Central Los Angeles, but because he was in the military, we were born on the base of MacArthur, Fort MacArthur. And but shortly after that, we moved to the Echo Park area. So I actually grew up in the Echo Park area and went to Belmont High School. In the late 70s, I mean the late 60s, when I was there, I met some Japanese students. We became friends. Belmont High School was one of the most integrated high schools in all of LAUSD. And we had a large Japanese population. And some of my friends had parents and grandparents that were taken off to some of those camps. And so you mentioned some camps where they were taken. Do you know other camps that were taken throughout the LA region or throughout California?
Yeah, well, there were two camps in California, Tule Lake and Manzanar, two camps in Arizona, one in Utah, one in Idaho, two in Arkansas, one in Colorado, and elsewhere. So yeah, there was
Oh, wow.
they were scattered.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't know about those other locations.
Yeah. James, did you just want to, well, Gerard, did you get the
I shared it with you because I have your email.
Okay, I just sent it to Gerard.
Okay.
Did you find it, Gerard?
Yeah, I submitted a request to have access to it. So James, you should get an email or a message
Okay.
requesting you share permission with me.
Mhm. Oh, here we are. Okay, does that?
Let's try.
How does that work for you?
Let's try it again.
So Tony, the camp, certain people in certain areas, like in Sacramento, they would go to a particular camp, and in Long Beach, you may have ended up in Poston or in Arizona or in Manzanar. It was a bureaucratic decision that they made.
Yeah. Wow. I knew they had been separated and sent to various places, but I didn't know it was widespread as those locations you mentioned throughout the United States.
Right.
Wow.
Greg,
Yeah.
Greg, what happened when at the end of the war and people were returned home? What did they return to?
Well, most of their properties were gone. Some people had saved stuff with neighbors. One of the more interesting things that was mentioned in the New York Times a couple of weeks ago was that they set up trailer parks in Long Beach and
Have it, great.
Longview and elsewhere, and it was they were pretty, just imagine like Katrina trailer parks, only worse. And those, they stayed in those initially when they got there until they were able to make other arrangements. One of the collections that we have is a family of flower growers. And here we are.
There we are.
Hey,
Okay.
go for
Thank
it. And you have until 11:50, James.
Thank you for your patience. So again, my name is James Preston Allen, publisher of Random Links News. One comment though I wanted to make clear. You have this, the name of the symposium is the South Bay Symposium. And if you look at the Dominguez land grant, the term South Bay actually is a reference to the south end of the Santa Monica Bay. And San Pedro and Wilmington and all that happens to be at the north end of the San Pedro Bay. So check your geography, and you might want to expand the title. you cannot look at the history of the 1920s without understanding the importance of the harbor in San Pedro. It ended up, where do I scroll here? Gerard, I can't see the scroll function on this.
You'll just have to tell me when you want to change slides.
Okay. I'll go to the next slide, please. To put Southern California and racism in the context of the 1920s, you pretty much have to go back to the founding of the harbor, the annexation of San Pedro and Wilmington into the city of Los Angeles, and the significance of the harbor in terms of the creating of jobs and the expansion and the development of the entire Southern California region. The name Random Lengths News is actually a historical reference to the lumber trade, which brought what was called random lengths and widths of lumber from the northern coast of California and Oregon, and brought it down to the Los Angeles harbor, where the lumber mill at the harbor would cut the rough cut lumber or into 2x4s and 4x4s. Hence, we have all of these California bungalows made out of redwood and pine from the northern coast. Next slide, please. Yes, the annexing of the San Pedro to the harbor created various important industries: the fishing, the canning, the oil, the lumber, and the shipbuilding. Attracted a multitude of ethnicities from all over the world. Many people, particularly in the early years, from Asia, but also from Italy and what was then known as Yugoslavia. Most of those were attracted by the fishing and the canning. However, the shipbuilding brought many nationalities like the Swedish and the Norwegians to San Pedro for the boat building. Next slide. Between 1912 and 1913, cities such as El Monte, Manhattan Beach were incorporated. The African-American owned Golden West Hotel was erected on Central Avenue, and the first gas stations were opened. The largest municipal water system in the nation that transformed all of California, of course, was brought in from the Eastern Sierra. And the California legislature passed the Alien Land Bill that limits leases and purchases of agricultural lands to Japanese person, which is what Gregory mentioned before. The film industry is also in its nascent form, and the first branch of the California's first branch of the NAACP is established in this time. Next slide. Birth of a nation and the rise of racism. Heavy flooding causes a lot of damage in the port of Los Angeles. The film, The Birth of a Nation by D.W. Griffith, it becomes wildly popular. And this coincides with the rise of the second generation of the Ku Klux Klan all across America, but specifically in Southern California. And the concept of us living in Southern California is that a lot of the Western migration came from the South. You can see it a lot in the architecture that Carrie McWilliams writes about in California, Southern California, an island upon the land. But it also sets up Southern California for this this conflict between white Protestant Americans and all of these nationalities who have been drawn to the harbor area for economic reasons. Next slide. Of course, the war years were very influential in the San Pedro Harbor area. All of the original Fort MacArthur what shall I call them? Parapets where they had all the cannons and all of that out by Point Furman were all built to defend the economic importance of the Port of Los Angeles. And because so many of the young people that were sent off to fight in Europe, there was a labor shortage. And they had to keep building, you know, the battleships and keeping all of the economy going. But one of the results of World War I was that when armistice happened in 1918 on November 11th, the soldiers brought back with them something that was not necessarily advantageous. It was the influenza. The misnomer is that they called it the Spanish flu, but the truth of the matter is that the only reason that it was known as the Spanish flu at the time was that the United States, along with Britain and France, had a large propaganda machine. And the propaganda machine made it illegal for people to print, publish, or even talk about things that were deleterious to the war effort. And so while the influenza was raging in the eastern part of the United States, the government was in complete denial of the fact that there were thousands of people dying of this unknown disease. But the public knew what was going on because the bodies were, you know, stacking up on the streets. People were dying in their homes. Now, if any of this sounds vaguely familiar, that you have a federal government that's in complete denial of a pandemic, I would refer you to several books on the subject of the history of the great influenza. However, next slide, please. What this leads to, of course, is the very same things that we are doing today. The first ship that was ever brought after the end of the First World War, there's a naval training vessel that arrives in San Pedro, and those sailors were infected with the influenza. And that spread to the entire rest of Los Angeles and the West Coast. I think there was some 2,400 people who died of the influenza that they have recorded. This brings us to the the 1920s, which is our subject today. And at this period of time, you had both the suffrage movement and the prohibition. And George E. Cryer was elected mayor in 1921. But he was one of these anti-communists, and he was opposed to the industrial workers of the world. He is famously quoted as saying, "In this day of isms, the IWW, which is the industrial workers of the world, agitated every enemy of our flag and country and institutions is carrying on an insidious propaganda of destruction. And it is therefore very necessary and proper that the forces of law and order should be alive, awake, and guard." Now, Mayor Cryer is the guy that famously challenged the author Upton Sinclair about coming to speak to the striking Wobblies in the 1923. He, however, was followed in office by Mayor Johnson Clinton Porter, who was a anti-Catholic, anti-Semitic Klan leader who was also pro-prohibition. You know, these things sort of all came together as one thing. It was a political position, and Mayor Cryer was not so far from that himself. However, the one thing that both of these two gentlemen had in common was that they ran City Hall in some of the most corrupt fashions whatsoever. And, appointing, their cronies to police commission positions and being soft on some of the vice in the city, even though they were so staunchly opposed publicly to the prostitution and the gambling and the bootlegging, much of which, in terms of the bootlegging, well, and the prostitution, was fairly open within the San Pedro region of Los Angeles. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned previously, the federal government came up with some of the best pro-war propaganda to support its efforts in winning World War I. It was pervasive, it was widespread, it was based upon the best PR and advertising of the time. You probably are familiar with a lot of the anti-German posters and whatnot. But out of this came the criminal syndicalism laws, which were enacted in efforts to keep unions restricted, and other radical ideas, like the American socialists and whatnot. So the industrial workers of the world was one of the targets of the criminal syndicalism acts. And it is precisely after the war when the IWW was active in the San Pedro Harbor area, in which there was a particular incident that confronted the large lumber interests pitted against the IWW. Now, one of the things that the IWW, the Wobblies, were known for, which was fairly unique at the time, was that they were an integrated union. There were people of all ethnicities that were allowed into this union. And the issue really is that the other, guilds and crafts were almost exclusively white. But because places like San Pedro had this widely diverse group of workers that were needed, during the war, and then, of course, after the war, they were all still there. So the IWW was known for very radical ideas, some of which included control of the hiring hall. They were fighting for the 8-hour day, the 40-hour week. They were fighting for the creation of child labor laws. Many of the things that we consider to be standard labor practices in our country today. These were the radical ideas that were shaping the discussions of the Wobblies on the San Pedro waterfront, as well as all the way up the West Coast. And their battles were informed by a lot of socialist ideas, communist ideas, democratic ideas. And they were so oppressed during this time that they could not even hold a regular organizing meeting because of these criminal syndicalism laws. For instance, the average a union meeting had to be held with 5 guys, walking down the sidewalk, not standing anyplace or meeting inside of a bar or a restaurant or a meeting hall, because that would be against the law. And so the LAPD, of course, was wise to these guys, and we're constantly harassing them and putting them in jail for violations of the criminal syndicalism law. Of course, the patriotic societies of the time, and particularly during the war years, accused the Wobblies of being financed by German gold and other foreign influences, and that they were accusing them of various bombings and bombing plots that the radical leftists, whether true or not, were accused of and oftentimes prosecuted for and sent to jail. Next slide, please. Sort of discussed this already. The criminal syndicalism law was defined as any doctrine or precept advocating the commission of crime, sabotage, or unlawful acts of force and violence as a means of accomplishing a change in industrial ownership and control or affecting any political change. So you can see that the government had pretty much outlawed they're doing anything at all. And at the particular incident that I'm about to mention, which is the protest at a place called Liberty Hill in San Pedro. Go to the next slide, please. Is perhaps the prime example of this type of oppression against the working class. So Upton Sinclair in 1923 is invited to come to San Pedro to talk to these striking union workers. And Mayor Cryer specifically tells Upton Sinclair that if he accepts the invitation to come and speak to these men who are striking, that he's going to be arrested. So he knows in advance that the city of Los Angeles is on high alert for anything that he may do. So he decides that he's going to bring him and 5 of his wealthy friends from Pasadena. And they come all the way down to San Pedro to a little place which is on private property. The woman that owned this small little hilltop that was overlooking the harbor was sympathetic to the Wobblies. And it was the only piece of private property. It was the only place in which you could gather a large group of striking union men without being perturbed by the local authorities. So in 1923, in May 1923, Upton Sinclair comes and talks to the marine transport workers of the local 510. And Police Chief Oak has his policeman there at the time. And Upton Sinclair gets up to the podium and he reads the First Amendment of the Bill of Rights of the US Constitution. And he's only about halfway through it and he gets arrested. And then his compatriots get up and start talking. And give me the next slide, please. And the last guy that gets up to speak says, "This is a most delightful climate." And he too is arrested. Now, Upton Sinclair and his pals were incarcerated for, I believe it was 72 hours and held incognito. They were moved from one jail to the next just so that his lawyers could not post any bail. And what resulted from this was that Upton Sinclair founded, after his release, founded the Southern California chapter of the ACLU. And you will note that there is a Liberty Hill Foundation that is a sort of a social justice nonprofit. And I believe that the ACLU has a Liberty Hill Award each year. And it is because of this founding incident. Next slide, please. So Police Chief Oak, he was one of these hard ass law and order kind of guys. But he did say that he would rather deal with 4,000 Wobblies than one Upton Sinclair. So after Sinclair was released, he wrote an open letter to Chief Oakes, which was printed as a leaflet and widely circulated in the LA Times, in the LA area. it began, I thank you for this compliment, for to be dangerous to lawbreakers in office, such as yourself, is the highest duty that a citizen of this community can perform. Now, it is a curious situation because the arrest of such a noted American author at the time, and at this point, Upton Sinclair was the internationally known author of The Jungle, and to have him arrested in Los Angeles became the sort of black eye for Mayor Cryer. So sometime after Sinclair is released in this public exchange between the police chief Oak and the great author, police chief Oak is found in the front of his car, drunk with two prostitutes. That was probably some kind of setup, but that was so much of an embarrassment that police chief Oak was summarily fired from his job. While Sinclair was in jail, he wrote a book called The Singing Jailbirds, which is the songs that the Wobblies who were in jail with him. It's a musical, actually. It's a leftist radical musical that is founded upon all of the famous Wobbly songs that they used to sing. And while the Wobblies were in jail, they would sing out the bars of the jailhouse to the crowd outside, and the crowd outside would sing back to them as a form of solidarity. Next slide, please. So, almost a little more than a year after this famous incident at Liberty Hill, on June 14th, 1924, the Ku Klux Klan marches down from its headquarters on 10th Street to the IWW meeting hall on the corner of 12th and Palos Verdes. That building is still there. And the union workers were doing a benefit for two workers who had been killed in a railroad accident. The Ku Klux Klan beat as many as 300 members, kidnapped and tarred and feathered others, destroyed the meeting hall, and scalded two children by burning them with a hot pot of coffee. The two children, May Sunstead and Andrew Krugel, were hospitalized with their burns. Now, one of the founders of the San Pedro Bay Historical Society, Art Almeida, who wrote a very fine book on the history of the Wobblies in the harbor area, actually years ago went and interviewed Mary Sunstead, who still carried the scars from the burns from that incident, and was still so traumatized that she was reticent to even share her memories from that time period. So one of the things that has always been understood is that not only was the LAPD made up of white officers, but that many of those white officers during this attack on the IWW hall were part of the Klan. Next slide. Now, the labor strike of 1923 did not end well for the Wobblies. The attack on the Wobbly Union Hall, in fact, pretty much either ended with people being, driven out to Riverside, tarred and feathered, many of their leaders being jailed up in San Quentin on the Criminal Syndicalism Act. But in the years to come, the KKK began to lose favor with state government in general. And a decade later, with the rise of the what became the ILWU, there was a strike in 1934. There was the entire west coast of the United States. And the slogan that came out of the, that was adopted by the International Longshore Warehouse Union, ILWU, an injury to one is an injury to all, was a direct adoption from the Wobblies motto. And it was the ILWU's founding leader, Harry Bridges, who learned from the IWW and succeeded in 1934 where the Wobblies had failed the decade before. And it would be still decades later that the Criminal Syndicalism Act, I think it was repealed in 1967, that finally California, and much later, that Black workers and even women were then admitted to the ILWU. So there is, in a nutshell, the flow of unionism, racism, the industrialization of the Port of Los Angeles, and we think that we're so far beyond that today. And yet, when I look at the election results for the recent presidential election, even though so many of the people in the Rancho Dominguez territory voted 2-1 or 3-1 for Joe Biden, the Democrat. Even in San Pedro, there were 8,000 people that voted for Donald Trump to this day, which I find quite curious.
James, we got to move to the next speaker.
Okay.
But I'll leave some time after the next speakers for questions.
Excellent.
I will. So I'm going to introduce Dr. Allison Rose Jefferson. And are you there, Dr. Jefferson? Yes, there you are. Good. Dr. Allison Rose Jefferson, a historian and heritage conservation consultant who is a third-generation Californian, reconstructs the stories of African-American experience that have been left out or marginalized in the telling of American history as a tool in the struggle for social justice. Her recently published book, Living the California Dream, African-American Leisure Sites During the Jim Crow Era, takes a fresh approach at looking at the practices of relaxation, community development, and public spaces for all people at beaches, mountains, and other scenic locales holding a central place in the long struggle, in the long freedom rights struggle. Dr. Jefferson is currently finishing up production of an applied history programming, Belmar History Plus Art. This multifaceted education, inspirational, and remembrance project reconstructs and reclaims the erased African-American experience in Santa Monica's history to amplify a broader societal understanding of this experience as part of our collective and diverse California coastal zone heritage, cultural heritage. You can learn more about Dr. Jefferson's work at her website, AllisonRoseJefferson.com. Her presentation with PowerPoint slides will include a brief look over of the book and presentation on the history of Bruce's Beach in Manhattan Beach and its historical significance as well as contemporary consequence. Dr. Jefferson, thank you for coming today, and turn it over to you.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be with you today. Greg gave a lot of introduction to my book. I forgot that I had given him the detailed bio, but as he said, I'm a third generation Californian, and I am a historian and heritage conservation consultant. And I have grown up, I grew up in various parts of the Los Angeles region, including Gardena. I graduated from Gardena High School. And later, as a young adult, I had some experiences with a boyfriend who lived in Manhattan Beach. So I would go and enjoy the beaches in the South Bay when I was in high school, and also when I was dating him as a young adult. And I today live near the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, and in the Fairfax area. And so with my work of recovering and documenting and sharing suppressed and neglected stories of people and places in my practice as a historian and social justice, I'm continuing to have connection to the South Bay. And with my book, Living the California Dream, African-American Leisure Sites during the Jim Crow, African-American leisure sites during the Jim Crow era, where I'm looking at, where I'm looking at, oh, sorry guys, this is the wrong place in the slides, sorry. Okay, there we go. So, so in my book, I'm looking at various stories of African Americans who fought for access to California's recreation and relaxation offerings. And as Greg said, all of these stories contribute to the broader US freedom rights struggles during the nation's Jim Crow era from the 1900s to the 1960s. And leisure was not an optional add-on to civil rights, but an essential component of liberty. And in the book, I'm illuminating the history of the development of these places and specific these places in particular geographic environments, social, political, and economic particulars, as well as racialized issues of the time and place at California's oceanfront and inland destinations that flourished during this era that African Americans enjoyed. And so in the book, I'm looking at inland places like Lake Elsinore, a country club that African Americans purchased from white people in Corona. And for some of our folks in Compton, there's a few players involved in that particular story that are Compton residents. So it's something for you in the book to learn about there. Also, I look at Valverde, which was another community up in North LA County, and then Santa Monica, an African-American community at the beach there that is still in that area. And then what the community we're going to talk about today, Bruce's Beach. At these places, African-Americans were relatively free from racist, anti-Black restrictions and violence to enjoy themselves and take pleasure in the state's scenic outdoor gifts. At this time, discrimination and racist restrictive real estate covenants prevented African Americans from buying property in certain areas and from using various public and private facilities. I'm going to, in the book and today, I'm going to talk about how some of these stories impact our lives today. And Bruce's Beach is one of the areas that I cover extensively in this book. Similar to other groups who moved to the States, African Americans also embraced the recurring booster promoted California dream of a leisure lifestyle as a permanent way of life in picturesque outdoor settings, a mild climate, and they were looking for new life opportunities, even while discrimination and lax enforcement of California civil rights laws that had been established as early as 1893 sometimes prevented them from using various public and private facilities and buying land in many areas for decades into the 20th century. When Manhattan Beach was founded and the Bruce's Beach Resort opened, thousands of people, white and Black, from varied backgrounds were migrating to the Los Angeles region. Many came with money to invest in homes and maybe other real estate or small, or to invest in small entrepreneurial business ventures. Some became wealthy from real estate transactions. At the Santa Monica Bay, at the South Santa Monica Bay coastline, Manhattan Beach was one of the last cities to begin development in 1902, with its name not being decided upon until it was chartered in 1912. Public transportation systems enabled the beginning of the city's development. In 1912, entrepreneur Willa A. Bruce, Mrs. Willa A. Bruce purchased shoreline property to establish what became known as Bruce's Lodge, and later it was called Bruce's Beach. The place between 26th and 27th Street off Highland Avenue near the Pacific Ocean shoreline was a very popular gathering place for African Americans on weekends and in the summertime. It became a financially successful venture for its owners. Willa Bruce paid a high price of $1,225 for her land, and it was an undeveloped lot. And in comparison to, she paid a lot of money in comparison to what the cost of other nearby lots were. Evidence suggests that Mrs. Bruce purchased, the land that Mrs. Bruce purchased didn't have any racist restrictive deed covenants. The more practical, or the more common practice of discrimination at that time appears to have been the less legalistic, but just as socially exclusionary custom of realtors. They would just refuse to sell land to African Americans in the beach town's more developed sections. About 600 people lived in the small half resort, half year-round residential rural area, which became a city a few months after the June 12th Bruce's resort opening. Although her husband, Charles, and their son, Harvey, helped with this venture, Mrs. Bruce's skills were the prominent ones engaging the Afro-Angelino beach pleasure seekers at the new resort. Its opening amenities were described by the Los Angeles Times as a small portable cottage with a stand in front where soda, pop, and lunches were sold, and 2 dressing tents with shower baths and a supply of 50 bathing suits. In 1913, the earliest building was constructed. By 1923, she owned 2 lots containing 3 structures, including a 2-story building with room for dancing upstairs and a cafe downstairs. Her Pacific Coastline resort business accommodated the enjoyment needs of African-American day trippers and overnight guests. At the same time, there were a few folks that were buying property, a few other African-Americans that were buying property around the Bruce's resort area and establishing a small residential community there of people with second homes. From the first days of operation, the Los Angeles Times newspaper reported many Manhattan Beach white supremacist residents, which later included members of the Ku Klux Klan, undertook private harassment actions and legal sanctions to discourage Blacks from visiting and settling in the area. Mrs. Bruce became somewhat of a cause célèbre, as well as an irritation source to the local white supremacists. The pioneering Mrs. Bruce declared to the Times she was prepared to fight to keep her property and business. White Manhattan Beach property owners, including city founder George Peck, publicly declared to the Times they deployed the state of affairs of the new resort and its clientele and vowed to find a remedy if the Negroes tried to stay. By the early 1920s, a proposal to take the Manhattan Beach North End neighborhood through eminent domain property condemnation and compensation proceedings to create a park was submitted by private white citizens to the city council and was eventually passed in 1924. It was pointed out that if a park was needed, there was other property nearby containing fewer buildings that could have been condemned with less trouble and expense. In the mid-1920s, this part of Manhattan Beach was almost uninhabited and the most remote shoreline section of this beach town. After challenges to these proceedings, challenges to these proceedings were unsuccessful, the evicted Bruce's Beach community property owners settled for the most favorable sale price they could obtain. Whether they were adequately compensated for their land has remained open to debate into the 21st century. Racial prejudice aided by destructive use of state power eliminated the African-American residential and economic development of the Bruce's Beach establishment and small residential resort community that developed with attempts to erase the site's memory from history. Only through political assertion has a limited revival of the history of Bruce's Beach and its incorporation into the public record emerged in the first decades of the 21st century. Although this recognition has emerged, in 2013, Manhattan Beach's population slightly exceeded 35,000, and its barren sand dunes of yesteryears have evolved into a prosperous, overwhelmingly white enclave with a prestigious address where aging baby boomers build wood and mortar dream homes by the sand. In their first organized civil disobedience action in the region, members of the Los Angeles branch of the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, in 1927, challenged Manhattan Beach officials when they tried additional measures to make the beach white only. Although the Bruce's Beach community was raised by 1925, when the NAACP members staged a swim-in protest after being arrested and fined, legal maneuvers won clarification that African Americans had the legal right to enjoy this and all California beaches. This NAACP action and its results were important civil rights actions, were important to civil rights and beach access victories, not only for African Americans, but also for all Californians. In the coming decades, with this accomplishment, African Americans' more confident assertion of their legal rights contributed to racial restriction attempts at the state's public beaches fading away. As the 20th century advanced, African Americans around the US would increasingly utilize legal actions and public protests to dismantle legally sanctioned, along with informally enforced discrimination and segregation in public accommodations. Over the years, some local citizens who had knowledge of the white supremacist economic sabotage of and anti-Black racial injustice, which raised the Bruce's resort community, grappled with Manhattan Beach's heritage, past and contemporary civic identities, and collective consciousness. Fast forward to 2007, the park between 26th and 27th Street off Highland, after having several names, was formally renamed Bruce's Beach to commemorate the African American resort community pioneers that recreated and settled there. This was the first step to making the broader public more aware of the accomplishments of Manhattan Beach's African American pioneers who, in spite of challenges, took action to develop part of their California dream and the leisure culture that would define Southern California. The current plaque text on the park signage is a mess with misrepresentations and partial omissions of the site's historical truths and understanding. Contrary to what some Manhattan Beach residents have passed down through oral history, there is no evidence that George Peck, a city founder, was an ally of the Bruce's Beach community. There is evidence that he supported the bigotry of his fellow citizens, white supremacist acts of economic sabotage and social injustice done to the hardworking, tax-paying African-American pioneers. The signage text omits mention of the 1920s nonviolent civil rights agents and their, it doesn't mention the agents or their struggle, which forced the local officials to discontinue discriminatory land leasing policies and inhibiting African Americans from Manhattan Beach public shorelines after the during and after the Bruce's Beach area was raised. These and other problems with the signage text reinterpreted the historical meaning of the past to subvert the public intent of the Bruce's Beach Heritage Commemoration as a place where pioneering African-American Californians took agency to participate in the fruits of the state's recreational and commerce offerings and demand justice and equality. Fast forward again to 2020, Bruce's Beach has been a site of conscience and reflection for memorial and celebratory events at this time when systematic racial inequalities have been laid bare by the long history of injustice that has led to the death of several African Americans and other people of color in the last year. These events were held at the site to show solidarity with nationwide protests against systematic anti-Black racism and gratuitous police brutality and murders as our global community grapples simultaneously with a pandemic and a reinvigorated longing for racial equality, Black dignity, and citizenship, which the Black Lives Matter movement has forced prominently onto the national and global agenda as part of a reclamation of and commitment to the Black freedom rights struggle. Joining the current national movement around social initiatives to address anti-Black racism, Manhattan Beach officials have formed a task force to devise a plan and a timetable to accurately revise and illuminate the Bruce's Beach history on the park signage and develop other related public education programming. The park naming and the remembrances I have briefly highlighted create an identified sense of place in the landscape of America, California, and Manhattan Beach that allows for a more culturally inclusive collective civic identity and social history encompassing a public memory. It is important to integrate the untold stories and more problematic, controversial, and sensitive aspects of our national experience into national narratives as they show how the past has influenced the present and where we need to and where we should go in the future. With the Bruce's Beach name on the plaque, we honor the memory of African Americans who enjoyed the beach and struggled for their California dream during the Jim Crow era and beyond. As citizens, and some of us who are activists, we have to continue to find ways to recognize marginalized groups and their heritage in Manhattan Beach and beyond, and through our intentional actions of inclusiveness and diversity, and not just talking points for the appearance of political correctness. These actions that I've talked about, like my work and today's South Bay History Symposium, support commemorative, environmental, and social justice by recognizing that all communities, including communities of color, have a right to historical and cultural sites and the joys of California and the joys of cultural expression and self-fulfillment, along with clean air, clean water, and enjoyment of America's natural and other resources. Thanks so much for inviting me to speak to you all today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jefferson. I appreciate your talk, and I really think that your work is very exciting in expanding scholarship around South Bay issues and whatnot. we have, if Brett doesn't mind, we'll have a couple time for a couple questions. And then we're going to go to our next presentation. And then after that presentation, which is the last presentation, we will come back and have a wide ranging set of questions. So if somebody has
just a thought, Gregory.
Go ahead.
What Allison actually focuses on here has a much broader, what shall I say, impact on the Rancho Dominguez territory, in as much as the number of place names and statues and whatnot that are related to the oppression of people of color. Like, for instance, she mentioned George Peck. And George Peck is one of the founding developers of San Pedro.
Yes.
So much so that there is a park still named after him. The gentleman, Stephen M. White, who is the founding father of the Port of Los Angeles, the senator from the state of California, was part of that Sons of the Golden West, and his statue still stands down near the statue of Juan Cabrillo at Cabrillo Beach. I think that there's an opportunity for the South Bay Symposium, the South Bay San Pedro Bay Symposium, to have a good look at the images and the place names that come from the Jim Crow era of California.
Yes, so Peck was not only developing land in Manhattan Beach. Yes, he was a big time developer in San Pedro, and he also developed some other parts of the Southern California area. And it wasn't just him in Manhattan Beach who, as a city founder, who was discriminating against African Americans in terms of pushing them out during the 1920s. And earlier than that, they were trying to push them out.
Okay, any other quick questions or any other questions for Dr. Jefferson before we go on to the next speaker?
So in the chat for our audience, I just put in there a note about a talk that I'm going to do with the LA City Historical Society on Wednesday. Robert asked me to let you all know about that. I'll talk more extensively about my book at that talk. And then if you're interested to buy the book, you can go to my website and there's information about how to buy the book. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We really appreciate your speaking, and we appreciate all of our speakers today, including James and Luis. The next speaker is, we're looking forward to have, is Brett Valentine. He's a documentary filmmaker. Brett began his career working at Skywalker Ranch on Star Wars: Revenge of the Sith. Mentored by George Lucas, he left to attend USC's Cinematic Art program, where he earned an MFA degree while working as James Cameron's assistant editor on Avatar. After receiving multiple awards for student films, he transitioned into commercial documentary filmmaking. He has directed over 65 commercials, including commercials for Toyota, Samsung, Google, Pepsi, and Facebook, and Innocent Juice, which I don't know. His campaigns have garnered millions of views and several Webby Awards and a Cannes Lion. In 2018, Brett completed his first feature-length documentary entitled Fire on the Hill, about a culture of Black cowboys in South Central LA. The film highlights Brett's unique expertise for gritty storytelling in a stunningly cinematic way. The films won several festival awards, including Best Documentary at the LA Film Festival, and acclaim from critics. The film is distributed worldwide by Journeyman Pictures. Brett is a founding board member of Urban Saddles, a nonprofit organization bringing therapeutic and youth-focused equestrian programs to South Central LA. He is a fellow at the Royal Film Academy in Jordan and lectures regularly at USC's School of Cinematic Arts, UC Berkeley, and the LA Unified Public Speakers. I want to thank Brett for coming today and sharing this. This has been really an exciting day for us. And Brett, where are you on the screen? Are you here? There you are. Brett, you need to unmute.
Self.
There you. I think we're just getting your. Can we hear you? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, great. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, and I'm really happy and honored to be asked to have been a part of this South Bay History Symposium this year. So I'm very honored, and I just want to say thank you, Greg, for having me, and Robert Lee Johnson, whom I've known for a few years now. He and I met when I was doing the documentary, and he was courteous enough to allow me to come in and interview him and find out so much from the knowledge that he's gleaned over the years. And I'm really honored to be amongst this distinguished panel. I'm really humbled, actually. I don't know how I got here. I'm just a filmmaker, but I do have a little bit of knowledge now in this arena. So I did run through this a little bit earlier, and I found, like most things I do, was extremely long, and I need to edit it down. So maybe I'll start, just jump right in. I might move a little fast towards it, but hopefully there'll be some room at the end if there are any questions. Let me go over here and just let me know, does everybody see what I'm seeing?
The meat market?
Yes. South LA's agricultural roots, the horse and the buck.
All right, perfect.
Compton City,
yeah, exactly.
All right, we see it.
Yeah, great. So just a quick background of who I am. Greg gave a wonderful introduction, but more specifically towards this world, I am a filmmaker. I'm a documentary filmmaker, and back in 2011, I was told about this community down in Compton, where it was very equestrian based, and there were riders riding around in the streets, and I wanted to come and see this community for myself. So I had some friends that were working down in the area, and they had mentioned that they'd seen some of these guys riding around early in the morning. So I went down there with my camera around 6:30 in the morning and just waited and waited and waited, and nobody showed up. And knowing the guys that I know now, that is kind of a ridiculous thought that they would be out there at that early in the morning. But what I did find in that time was horse manure, and I followed this trail of horse manure over the next week, and it led to this stable known as the Hill. And it was very much alive, very much flourishing at that time. And then about 6 months later, it unfortunately burnt down, and then the story that was to unfold over the next 4 years began, and that's where I kind of stepped in, and I learned about this community and learned about the men and women that were in this writing community, and that touched on the agricultural community. And And what's important, the most important takeaway that I had from making this film is just how much my perception of South LA and South Central, or however you want to call it, changed during this time. When I excuse me, there we go. When I first, I grew up in Northern California. I grew up during the LA 92 riots, and just how much my impression of the area was shaped by media. This is what I was exposed to, and this is what a lot of people are exposed to that don't live in the area. And this is what we think of when we think of Compton and South Central and South LA. Certainly we're getting this from movies, news, media, music videos. And so that very much shaped my impression of this area. So when I found out about this whole other culture, of course, I went in there with this kind of preconception of the area. And over the next 4 years, I really learned about the neighborhood, learned about the cultural, and learned about the history, and just found out how little this notion is, how little history and how little of time that this kind of area of gangs and violence takes up in the overall history of the area. So part of the reason why we made Fire on the Hill was to really show a different side, and to help people change their perception of the area and change the outlook. And in turn, what that does is really helps the people that live in the community start to understand and start to change their mindset and their goals and what they're looking towards. And so I'll touch on that a little bit later. But let's start with the LA's agricultural roots. This is a place where I first started my research and looking into it. And really at the beginning, when I started getting into this, of course, I started finding out about California's Afro heritage, where you find out about California is actually named after Calafia, the queen of a mythical island of Amazonian women. And then I found out about James Beckwourth, who was a pioneer at the same time of like Lewis and Clark. He founded Beckwourth Paths and established a good portion of Northern California. And the only difference between him and some of the other pioneers is that when he's represented in movies as he was in 1950s, he's represented as a white man. Then, which is obviously, false, and that's, thankfully changing now, but, it wasn't back then. Ultimately, I turned to Griffith Compton and Compton's foundations. Griffith Compton, going back and forth. Griffith Compton, he came to this area in 1867. He was a Methodist, and he led a group of about 30 Methodist families. And they came to California because they were looking for gold, and they were part of the gold rush, and they landed in Stockton. And unfortunately, at that time, the gold rush was kind of dwindling out. They didn't have much luck in that world. And so they packed up and they took a wagon train down south, where he purchased about 4,600 acres of land down in the South Bay. This is part of the Dominguez tract that he bought through Gibson and Temple. And the story goes, when they first moved there was a flood. And the flood really, was devastating, almost to the extent that most of the families really wanted to just pack up and leave. But Griffith Compton was a leader in this world, and so he was able to convince them to stick around. And thankfully he did, because afterwards, after this flood, there was an abundant amount of harvest and fruits and vegetables. And that's because the soil there had been enriched over the years by constant flooding and regression. And what he found is that the land here, in Southern California is really fertile. It's really a perfect place to be growing fruits and vegetables. And so what this ended up being was not so much the gold rush that he came to California to find, but a second wave of gold rush that he ended up stumbling upon, which was an orange and a farming gold rush, which I'll get to in a sec. But to just round out his story, in 1888, he ended up donating his land to the state, and that's how Compton was formed. And knowing that, coming from agricultural roots, he designated a certain tract of land, which we know as Richland Farms now, to remain always agricultural. So, and it still remains that way today. And if you go down to Richland Farms in Compton, you'll see this neighborhood that, on the street faces are mostly houses, but in the back, there's stables, there's farms. People are still farming and living off of food there today, and still riding around. And so that's really what has enabled this cowboy riding equestrian community to still flourish today, all the way up to where I found them, which is up in the Willowbrook area. So really quick, let's touch on this second gold rush. I think a lot of people think of California as the place of opportunity, and that is equated nowadays, I think, with the film industry and Hollywood. But that same notion has been sold. The way to sell California as this place of opportunity has been sold in so many different industries. And one of the first industries is in agriculture and farming. As I mentioned before, it's a paradise for agriculture. It's a dry, temperate climate. The proximity that LA and especially Compton, which is known as the hub city, has towards distribution, such as trains and ports, so that the food can stretch out to the world. Compton itself is halfway between the port of Long Beach and the downtown of LA, where trains could send their fruits and vegetables. And for a long period between 1909 and 1949, LA was really a agricultural powerhouse, and it was winning awards. A lot of the fruit was coming here, and this started to attract businessmen, wealthy people from the East that were getting sold this first kind of version of the Californian dream, and they were being sold this on orange boxes, really. One of the things I found interesting was that Sunkist, which was one of the earlier conglomerates of independent farmers that got together and they started marketing themselves. And they hired an advertising agency to rebrand themselves as Sunkist. And what Sunkist did was started making labels of this palatial place with fields of orange trees, and oranges really started to become known as a fruit of the affluent and the fruit of the plenty. Another thing that they sold was orange juice. Orange juice, it's kind of crazy to think about, but orange juice really wasn't a thing until Sunkist made it a thing. And we think of Florida. Florida is the place where orange juice and oranges come from. It was really all of this started in Southern California. And the reason why orange juice was so important is it takes 7 oranges to make 1 glass of orange juice. So you can just imagine how that was a boom to orange growers at that time and farmers at that time. I mentioned that most of the owners were businessmen and lawyers coming from the East. They really had no business farming. They didn't know how to do it, but they were hiring people that did know how to do it. And there was a lot of minority groups in California that they were hiring to be farmers. And this kind of sprung up a lot of farming communities in pockets around LA, South LA, up in Pasadena. And one of those communities was the Black farming community. There's a couple that I just want to point out just right off the bat that are pretty interesting. One is Allensworth. Now, Allensworth was started in 1906, or in 1906 when a military colonel, Allen Allensworth, who was a really high-ranking, he was the highest ranked Black man in the military at that time. He settled in California, and really what he wanted to create is a space where Black families could escape the American society for decades of the harshness and Jim Crow laws that were happening during the Reconstruction. So what he did is in 1908, he founded Allensworth. It was a 900-acre parcel of land up in Tulare County, which I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with that, but it's about 30 miles north of Bakersfield. Ironically, it was actually one of the first locations that I started filming Fire on the Hill at too. There was a rodeo up there. And before I even knew what the film was, we went and followed one of our subjects to this rodeo up there. But this community had about 300 Black families. And again, Allensworth made it a place where families could come from the South, they could come from Louisiana, they can come from Texas, Oklahoma, and they could bring their skills of farming, and they could come to this land in California, they could live for free, they could get educated, and they could have a place that was safe, and they could farm. And that's exactly what Allensworth was. Unfortunately, the temperature, the climate up there is really harsh. If you've been up to Bakersfield, you'll know. During the summer, it gets very dry, very deserty, and the irrigation systems weren't as robust as they are today. And so it was very hard to grow there. And it was as a result, it wasn't able to really flourish as a farming community. But, and also in 1914, when the town was kind of on the way out, unfortunately, Allensworth was killed by a motorist. He was crossing the street in Monrovia and was run over, and really that took a lot of the wind out of it. But Allensworth still exists today. You can go there, you can visit it. It's a state historic park today. And it's right up there in Tulare, and it's kind of an amazing place to see this kind of community held in history. The next place I want to point out too is in the South Bay. This is again from land from the Dominguez tract that was bought by another Black man who was in the military. He was a naval captain, and he had amassed some money, Joshua Smart. He had amassed some money in the 1850s. He moved to California, in Southern California. And he, again, wanted to create a community where other Black families from the South could come, could seek refuge, could not, seek refuge from Jim Crow laws and from Reconstruction, and they can farm and live off the land for free. And unfortunately, you know, this tract of land was in an area down kind of where the 405 and the 110 intersect, if you guys know that area. And it was very boggy, very marshy, and unfortunately acquired the racially offensive name of Nigger Slough down there. But he was doing this, Joshua Smart was doing this at the same time G.D. Compton was building up Compton. So it's interesting that the two were kind of working at the same time. Today, this is what it is today. If you've been driving on the 405 freeway or the 110 and you pass the Goodyear blimp, that's exactly where it is. So that's a bit of history that now has been taken over by Goodyear. Such as much of LA's history. So these are just two examples, but let's kind of dive in further to the Black Cowboy and the ranching and the kind of stable period. And you can't really talk about that without talking about the Great Migration. I'm sure many are familiar on this Zoom meeting with this migration. So I'll just touch on a couple of the key points as it relates to the agricultural side of it. But as I'm sure many of us know, in 1941, FDR had an executive order to eliminate discrimination in the defense industry. And where a lot of defense materials were being made were in Chicago and right here in South California and LA. And so this opened up the industry to a lot of Black men and women who were living in the South. And so they started flooding in here, and over the next decade, California's Black population in Southern California doubled. And many of these men and women were coming off of farms. They were coming off of ranches and plantations. They were coming from Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma. And so when they came to Southern California, and they were kind of pushed into these areas through the restrictive covenants, these areas that they were going to were open land areas. They were going to areas that were kind of left over from this agricultural boom that was on its way out. And they were now using that land because it felt like home, and they can grow their own fruits, they can grow their own food right there on their land. So when that was coming up, they also had the rise of stables that were coming up there as well. And that's because, like I said, this land was wide open. Many of the streets had not even been paved yet. In the 1950s, there were still dirt roads there. And so that led to a lot of, you can have a look right here. This is Dominguez Junction looking north. So you can see how much land there was in the 1940s still there. And there was a lot of dirt trails. And a lot of these dirt trails actually exist still today. But back in the 40s, that's when you had this boom of all up Willowbrook, up Broadway and Willowbrook, you just had stable after stable after stable after stable. And so that was a time when, you know, horses and cattle was really flourishing there. As industry came in and as the land was slowly purchased by other industries and turned into warehouses over the next 4 decades, the ranching, the stable community started getting smaller and smaller and smaller until it ultimately just shrunk into this space that was about 2 blocks long, that is still around today. And it was centered on this one stable that was known in the community as the Hill. And that's the stable that I stumbled upon in 2011 when I was in the early days of doing research on this. The Hill was one of the many public stables that was down Willowbrook. It was known for being diverse. Everybody was welcome there. You had Blacks, whites, Latinos, Asians, many different diversities were always welcome there. It became really known in the rodeo world, and especially in the Black rodeo world, as a safe place when rodeo cowboys would come in and workers would come in from places like Texas or the South and the Midwest. They would know about the hill and they would go and visit the hill. They could know they could go there, they could ride, they could be amongst good people and not get any hassled. So it was really known just outside of LA. It started attracting actors too, and rodeo legends in this world. Woody Strode used to come there regularly. Rodeo cowboys like Lee McLean, and who was a famous roper, and Merz Deitman, who is known in the Black community and the rodeo community as really the Jackie Robinson of rodeo. He's the one that broke through and kind of opened up the rodeo to Black men and women, and really inspired the next generation of cowboys coming out of LA, such as Charlie Sampson right here. Now, Charlie Sampson was a young boy growing up in the 60s. He grew up in Watts. He, right when the 1960 Watts riots were happening, he used to jump on the back of a freight train and used to get around South LA on the back of a freight train. And this freight train would pass right by the hill. And one day he saw just some cowboys in cowboy hats twirling a rope that looked just like him. And he got off and he said, hey, I want to do that. And just as they did in modern day, they said, well, if you really want to come back tomorrow. And if you really want to learn this, come back tomorrow, muck these stalls and we'll teach you. And so, day after day, week after week, month after month, he would come back and he just started learning the skills. Over the next decade and a half, he grew those skills into bull riding, was influenced by people like Merz Deitman. And in 1982, went all the way to the World Championship, where he won and became the first Black man to win the World Championship in bull riding. He's a bronze statue now in Rodeo Hall of Fame, and he's a very notorious, very well-known and well-respected rodeo athlete in the rodeo world. And he just came from Watts, and not too many people know that. It's funny. Another group that's still around today is the Black Stuntmen's Association. And what was happening in Hollywood up through the 60s was that Black men and women were represented. They would be in Hollywood, but if there ever needed to be a stunt with them, it was usually a white stuntman. And it was basically a stuntman that was playing a Black man in blackface. And so they used to call it, painting down. And so one of the actors, the prominent actors in the 70s that started to refuse to have these white stuntmen represent them was Bill Cosby, who was also would frequent the Hill as well. And so he said, no, I want someone from my own community to be playing me as a stunt rider. And so a lot of the men at the Hill, they were stunt riders. They were quite athletic on the horses, and though they banded together in 1967, Willie Harris and Edward Smith put a group together and said, we're going to start being stuntmen here. And then they put the Black Stuntmen's Association together, and it's still thriving today. They've been in shows Mission Impossible, The Mod Squad, Dirty Harry, Live and Let Die. Those were some of the early films, and they still continue to be in films, action films today. Benny Moore is one of is one of the kind of older guys today, but he's one of the more prolific actors and stuntmen that's been working in recent day. So bringing it kind of forward to today's world, this is the Hill Stables in 2015. These are some shots that I took as we were filming the documentary. This is on the Hill Stable. The Hill Stable is still burnt down, but it's a place that is so known in the community as being a riding community. People still go there. It's still kind of a mecca and still attracts riders to this area. It is a place where riding is still passed down to generations, to the youth, to the next rider, and this culture still flourishes, because of people that have been coming out of it, and also the Griffith Compton's zoning certain areas agricultural. It's still a thriving culture, although much smaller than it was in its heyday. But this is where you're going to see, guys riding down the streets, bull riders. You're going to see paths and trails that are hidden in plain sight. I mean, quite literally, some of these trails you can see on the 105 freeway, but you would just never notice them. You have the Compton Cowboys too now, who are very active with their endeavors in Instagram and trying to, being leaders as well. So it's still a thriving community that's starting to gain a lot of traction nowadays. But I wanted to quickly show you a scene, and this is kind of bringing it full circle, where when we were filming this and when we were editing it, we're really conscious of trying to portray South LA in a different way than what we are used to seeing. And we're used to seeing a concrete jungle and feeling this just tension of gangs, this tension of violence around. But to the people, to the men and women that were in this documentary, it really, it could also be a place that's a landscape, that's a frontier, that's an opening place, that's very freeing. And so I want to show you just one quick scene from our film. This is with Calvin, who's one of the three men that we follow. And Calvin is not a generational cowboy. He came into this world through his friend who was a generational cowboy. And in this scene, he had just purchased his first horse, Jazz. And this is this is a scene that we're depicting him riding Jazz, but he was talking about the very first time that he rode and how he felt. So can you hear, Greg, I might have accidentally not clicked the right buttons. I might have to reshare my screen again and click the button so everyone can hear the audio.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna do the stop.
Gerard, you hear that?
Second, sorry.
Yeah.
All right, and share screen. There you go. Okay, hopefully everyone could hear this. If you can't, someone let me know.
No, I'm just saying get up here with me. No, that's all I'm saying. No, get on back here with me. Hey. Oh. You see how I do him? Hey, let me get this horse through the gate, man. Shit, I can roll down, Dad. Where y'all at, man? Come on, man. Hey, knock it off.
The first time I went riding with him, we was riding down Broadway. And as we was riding, Fat Pat kept looking in my face, and he could see, like, when he looking in my face, I'm looking like a little kid. I'm having fun. I'm just cheesing. I mean, my smile's so big, but I'm having fun, cars honking, and he was looking at my face. He was like, "You like this, huh, Cal?"
You ain't got nothing.
And from that moment, it just was a totally different feeling.
I got Cal back there running. Oh, Cal? What you mean? You see, I kick his ass. Oh, man. Hey, get him, girl. Get him, girl. Oh, man. Get out of here, Bubba. Really not
And so that gives you just a kind of a little bit of taste. I mean, that was riding right down Alameda Street, right down the middle of Alameda Street. It's perfectly welcome down to ride around those trails. And Calvin's one of the guys that really knows a lot of the back trails in that area. So kind of the future of these this culture and these programs are kind of turning more towards places like Urban Saddles, which is I'm on the board of Urban Saddles. This is an endeavor that one of the cowboys that was in Fire on the Hill, Guan, it has been really wanting to do. The film kind of follows him trying to do this at the hill, and I won't ruin anything, but after, today we have this program, we have this place that he started called Urban Saddles, and he has it's expanded into a bigger plot of land now that's east of the hill. It's got several riding facilities, and really what it is a community center. The motto of it is to build hope and opportunity for youth in the community through the equine experience and the cowboy code of the West. And that's what they do. There's many after school programs that they do during the week, and then they host more family programs on the weekends. So if anyone wants to find out, learn about this, these places and all, I encourage you to go to urbansaddles.org. You can find out about some of their programs, their community events. If you are charitable and care to donate, they would love to take that. That goes towards these programs, goes especially during COVID, giving materials to make sure that everyone is riding safe and healthy. And then I know that there are some educators in the audience, and Robert suggested that I might touch on this just really briefly, but if you want any more information about this culture or Fire on the Hill, you can go to our webpage of fireonthehill.la, and you can find out more about where to watch the film. And one thing that we just started doing about a month ago is we started hosting virtual screenings where we share the film with schools or organizations, and then we participate as much or as little as the school wants. There's options, but we provide discussion guides so that teachers and educators could learn about the area, learn about some of the issues that we address in the film, and use the film as a tool to open up discussions about perception, discussions about race, and about farming and agriculture in South LA within their classroom or their organizations. And I gave you some examples of some of these pages down here. And there is a very special article written by one Mr. Robert Lee Johnson. Let me see if it's, I don't know if you guys are able to see my screen still, but we have a nice piece by him that talks about the Watts and Willowbrooks communities as well. So I'm sure I've gone over time, but I just wanted to say thank you. Thanks for the time and letting me talk about this subject. It's something that I've been very passionate about over the years, and to share it with more and more people is something I feel honored to do. So thank you so much.
And thank you very much, Brett, for your presentation and for the insight. Folks are commenting at this is a fascinating part of the local history that we don't know enough about. I want to, before we go to more questions, I'd like to encourage anyone with any comments on today's program to either write me at gwilliams@csudh.edu or the Compton 125 Historical Society. And additionally, I'd like to encourage you and all of our audience and anyone who has archival collections that they think might be of interest to give us a call either at the address I just mentioned or at the Compton 125 Historical Society if it focuses on Compton. The Gerth Archives is a little broader than just Compton, but that's okay. We'll take whatever we're interested in. We are indeed trying to expand our archival collections at all, in all areas. And once again, I'd like to thank all of our speakers and really appreciate the time you've taken today. And does anybody have any questions?
Oh, were you doing questions with both Brett and James and Allison?
Anybody. And Reverend Brown's supposed to be in here somewhere too. But Kirsten Ellsworth says that we should have Fire at the Hill at CSUDH, and I agree.
Sorry, I muted myself. I would love to bring it to you guys. If you want, you can reach out to me on the fireonthehill.la website. We have a team that fields that email address, but it does get to me. So I encourage you to look on there. And
Dr. Jefferson, I hope you can bring your book to the campus sometime soon. I don't know when, but it would be wonderful to have you included in classes at DH also. Louise, go ahead.
I would love to come out and visit. I was wondering, James, you had two pictures, the Golden State Hotel and an NAACP group picture. Were those pictures when the Golden State was downtown, but was that the NAACP in Los Angeles? And what archives were those photos in?
I found those from, I believe I was doing the research and found them on I think a site called LA Taco.
Okay.
But I'd have to go back and actually find out what the provenance of those were. But I think much of that is in the LA City Library. I think that's where those were originally came from.
They have an enormous archive at the LA Public Library, and even bigger than ours. And so you can search enormous amounts of stuff there.
But I did send you a chat message about some links, and the San Pedro Bay Historical Society might also be of use to you.
Yeah, especially to learn more about Peck.
Yes, one of our more famed founding fathers of San Pedro and regions.
So Brett, how did you get interested in your topic? I know I heard you say that you were down there doing some research, but I may have spaced on, you may have said something specific, got you interested.
Yeah, I mean, I always find it's really funny that about every 2 years or so, a journalist will stumble upon Richland Farms and be so blown away with seeing an equestrian community in Compton, because I think the perception of Compton is such that it is a concrete jungle. It is a place where, gangs and kind of is been built up by media to be a certain way. And so when they see this rioting equestrian community, they're just so enamored by it. And certainly I had been touched by that as well when I heard about it in 2011. And, the difference is that reporters inevitably will find a couple subjects, they'll interview them, they'll kind of get to know them, and then they'll move on to another topic. What held me there was meeting the guys and meeting the community there, and how welcoming they were. And really that started to shape and change my perceptions of that area. And I thought, and what I heard too from interviews is just this community is so underrepresented in the media, because what sells is the violence. What sells is the gang warfare. And that's really sexy to media. And it's really leaving out a whole culture. And it's not just this one, there's many other positive communities in South LA that are doing great things. I mean, the food community is really having its heyday right now. And you just don't get these stories, it's hard for these stories to get out. And so that's why I really stuck with it and really wanted to show and represent South LA in a way that I had never seen before. And
so
I think a lot of other people.
You said you came from, why is this doing this? Sorry. You said you came from the Bay Area or Northern California. Did you come from a rural area, or were you from one of the urban areas up there?
It's a quasi-rural area. I'm from Sonoma County, so I lived out in this kind of country place in Santa Rosa. So Santa Rosa has, there's a lot of ties to Santa Rosa as well, because it has this city component of it as well, but it also has this rural country component of it. Well, I didn't grow up riding horses. In fact, I did the most amount of riding that I'd ever done in my life while I was filming this movie. And it was only after the cameras were off, I would jump on the horse with the guys and ride around. And since then, I've been, I've come back to urban saddles, and I'm a lot more comfortable with it. But a lot of my friends and a lot of the people that I grew up with in school, my school even was out there in the boondocks. We had to take a bus way out there, and we were kind of in the countryside growing up. So that was another, that kind of led to this affinity that I had towards this community as well.
Brett, did you mention the Compton Junior Posse in any of your work?
Yeah, I actually did a story on the Compton Junior Posse. The Compton Junior Posse was around. It's been dismembered now. It's kind of been turned over to the Compton Cowboys. Maisha's nephew Randy is kind of taking that on now, and the last I've heard is that those programs are really kind of not around anymore. And that's why Guan and some of the other guys have kind of picked up the torch on getting these kind of after school programs with urban saddles. Maisha still has, I think Randy now lives in the place, but it's still in Richland Farms. And they're working with other programs too. One program I didn't mention is Moonwater Farms, which is right there in Richland Farms as well. And that's an agricultural based place where you can go, where kids can go learn agriculture, learn farming, right there in Richland Farms. And there's a lot of ties that Moonwater has to urban settlers as well.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Jefferson?
Yeah, so I find it really interesting now that I guess it's because we've become such an urban culture, but I remember as a child going down there to Compton, to the Richmond Farms area, because my grandmother had friends down there. And it was like, I never thought it was strange. You know, I just thought it was like, okay, these people, this is how they live. It's a rural, you know, a rural area. So I'm glad that younger people have taken up the mantle to look at it in terms of, you know, thinking about the fact that there are more culture, there's more culture than just the gang violence nonsense.
Thank you.
Gregory, it's a little bit like the Japanese garbanzo bean farmers and strawberry farmers along the coast of Palos Verdes up until recently. It's that same kind of agricultural legacy that goes back many generations, but now is seemingly being, what shall we say, developed or paved over. Yeah, but it's curious that we have these pockets of this here in you know, the area that allows for all of this, and you can just imagine what the cultural benefit would be to Compton and South LA to get more young people involved in some of these writing programs.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, it is tremendous. It, you know, the Hill was doing it. The Hill had been getting the youth involved since back in the day when Charlie was there. It just wasn't doing it actively. The Hill, when it was around, it was located right in the middle. It was a very neutral area, right between Blood, Piru neighborhoods and Crip neighborhoods, and it was right in the middle. So inevitably you had kids from both neighborhoods coming in and being attracted by these horses in, and they would say, I want to do that. And the you know, the guys that were working there, men and women that were the cowboys that were there, said, if you want to do that, first you got to really prove that you want to, you know, show up and muck these stalls. And, you know, some kids would drop off, but those who stuck around, they really benefited towards it. And so that's why, you know, programs like what Guan's doing right now, he's really trying to make it active. He's trying to reach out to the community and bring kids in, not just kind of doing it passively like the Hill had been doing it for years.
Ain't nothing quite like shoveling horse manure to prove your dedication. I can.
Yep, and I have been a part of that as well. So
I like to say, you know, this is great. You guys and ladies did a great job today. I know that my son personally, I have a couple, 3 children, and 2 of them participated in equestrian life over their years. I have a 29-year-old son. He's my youngest, and he was part of the junior posse back when he was about 8 years old. So about 20 years ago, he was part of the junior posse. Maisha and her crew were helping kids back then. They had an after-school program. She even took the kids and others up to the hills in Pasadena at nighttime to go riding up in the hills of Pasadena. Beautiful. I rode with them on a few occasions. And then I remember the Hill. I have my oldest daughter is 40 years old, but when I first moved back over here to the Compton area in the 70s, my daughter, the late 70s, my daughter, she used to ride over at the Hill. I used to take her over there off of Broadway. She used to ride at the Hill in the stables over there. So yes, it's burned down, but as Brett says, people still go over there. Cowboys still ride their horses over there. And it's just a great insight into what South LA and Compton, other parts of the South Bay Area was like. So I just want to thank, I know our president, he may not be back, he's doing multiple duties today, Reverend Charles Brown from the Historical Society. But I want to thank all of you presenters all the way from Luis this morning to Brett. You did a great job in sharing information about the history of South LA and the rest of our country. So thank you so much, presenters. Thank you, viewers on Facebook who are following along. Continue to follow us at Compton 125 Historical Society. Reach us on Facebook. And great job, Robert Johnson, our historian, Greg Williams from the California State University Dominguez Hills, Gerth Archives and Special Collections. Thank you, Jared Collins. And you know, it's just a great job. And everyone that was involved today made this a very special day for me and the others, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Two more questions before we go. One person was interested in the website for the Japanese American Digitization Project or for Dominguez Hills Archives. The website for CSU JAD, the Japanese American Digitization Project, is csujad.com. And the website for the archives, you can search CSUDH Gerth Archives. Judith Gerber mentioned that LA was the #1 agricultural county in the US until 1949. And she's written a book on that called, or co-authored a book on that, From Cows to Concrete, The Rise and Fall of Farming in Los Angeles. Anybody else have anything else they want to add?
Yeah, Greg.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
Hey,
thank you, Tony.
Hey, Press.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback just to when the Lord gave me this vision back in 2014 to start the Historical Society. I not only did I envision to preserve and to share the history of Compton, but also us being a vehicle where we share history all around the county and the state of California. And because of our unique partnership with Gerth Archives and their special collections, we're able to do that. And then also with, we're blessed to have on our board a historian in his own right, Brother Johnson. And so with him and with the great work that our board does in coming together and thinking of various issues that we want to educate, inform, and to motivate people to become more conscientious about their history. I'm just so elated today. I was sorry I had to leave for a while, but I looked at a little bit while I was in a service, and I cheated the Lord for a minute. But I'm gonna tell you, I had a good time listening. I want to thank all the speakers. You did a fantastic job. We have recorded this function, so we can play it back again. If you want to get it, you can see Greg, so, but anyway, I just want to tell you from the bottom of my heart that I love you. Y'all keep up the great work in preserving and sharing history, not only for the wonderful city of Compton, but for the wonderful state of California. So thank you, love you. Great job, sir.
Thank you, Reverend Brown. You too, and especially Robert Johnson getting this.
Yeah, we got to give,
that was
my
really
brother
great.
Robert, good job.
And
yeah.
So, and thank you for all the speakers. We really appreciate your time and all the participants. So we're
right. And then look at Greg, we got to get a shout out to some of our students that are online, that are watching. Some of them are getting special credit for watching this event today from Dominguez High School, excuse me, some from Centennial. So we want to thank them for taking their time out. Hopefully they'll write a book report on this or something to show what they learned from this wonderful experience. So once again, thank you. And also to our board members too, and also members that are of the Historical Society. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Greg.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right now, Brad. Good job, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks,
My sister
everybody.
Doc, great job.
See you next year.
Yeah.
See y'all next year.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's right,
Dad.
Rob.
See you, Allison. Hey, Deborah.
Hey. Oh, Deborah on the house.
She's muted.